What's up, everyone? Um, got here a little early. Sorry about the delay. All right, what can I cover in pre-market as of right now? We look pretty good. Um, the SPY, however, not so much. Having both of these open simultaneously might be a good thing. Hello, everyone on Discord. 15 seconds till market open. Not a lot of shares to borrow this morning as well. All right. Daily DD is linked to a post you made 8 days ago. Crap. Ugh. Did I sleep last night? Briefly? Oh, ding ding. Thank you, Zag. I appreciate that. What's up, Sub? So we have support to the downside at about we have our 1650, but also 1450. So that 115 range, there's decent support. I'm trying to think of what else. After that 110. What's the lowest you could see SPY at today? Uh let's hope it goes up, but if SPY breaks through its EMA 250, the downside here is this 420, this 420 support. I can mark it here. That's bad. I don't think we want to cross that. Oh, GME's max pain today at 120. So I'm measuring the max pain a little differently today. This is our 90-day max pain. So 90 options, 90 days to expiry. That's close enough, right? Tesla dead, DWAC not. No idea. DDS ripped overnight hard. I wanted to check BBBY today. Okay, so they're kind of same trend as us. Let me look at Macy's. Macy's had a big run this morning. JWN. That's weird. Not much going on with Nordstrom's. Huh. So some activity's picking up, at least. Good morning, Captain Dan Blackrock. Silent majority checking in. Appreciate your work and teaching people about options and moves you can make while still maintaining a long position. Much love, bud. Thanks, some dude 710. Can you monitor the spy as well, please? Yeah, I probably should. $2 billion buyback. Scheduled for when? XRT dead. That doesn't look good. That's some shorting. What do you think of the dupe cycle alongside OPEX? There is no dupe cycle. Dupe cycle. Are people still going on about deep out of the money puts causing price action? They're a hedge on replicating baskets for variance swaps. So I tried that thing you mentioned about broiling ham and Gruyere on a buttered baguette, and it changed my life. Awesome. Absolutely pit bullier. You can get back in cat now at 191. I have a limit order in place. If it starts to turn around, I'll probably move it up. As long as I can buy in before a test of 195. I want to kind of confirm that it's not going to break down any further. Nice. GameStop volume. Where's our volume? 200K. SPY turning around. That's a good sign. Morning dip. Shit. 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. You're looking to get back into what do you think of TCBY? Share buyback possible? I have no idea. Isn't that like yogurt or some shit? What the fuck is that? I don't know who they are. If it's possible, could you explain like on 5 on what 1K hedging looks like on the chain, and around what dates you'd expect to see it if March rolls are going to happen? We'd expect to see it in the future. You can look it up. It's very complex to explain. And yeah, usually we see it in in advance. I think. I mean, we're still hunting for historic evidence of it. Um, but I think in advance of the runs. So I'm not sure if it comes in before OPEX or before rolls. Why is AMD running? It's awesome. Why? We only need to see what's happening right there. We don't need to see the rest of it. It looks great. I've read some of Zinco and Bauer's stuff. I don't know if Zinco has anything on entropy yet. I know he's been digging into it, but he's also been working a lot lately. So, if you talk to MTB Dork in the Discord, he might have some papers you could look at. Have you given the parrot question anymore? No. What parrot question? What are your conservative estimates for OPEX? And price targets between 150 with decent confidence and 180 at like a peak of volatility. I can show you guys here. Okay, I think the pre-market arbitrage is about resolved. We have I need like 2 more minutes to confirm that, but 1 second. Really? So this is kind of my expected range. With the likelihood of seeing that, diminishing the higher up we get. It's based on not only like our weighted VWAP, but our volume profiles at different prices historically, and gamma maximum. Did you paper hand moon? Paper-handed bitch. Covered call selling. Paper-handed bitch. Oh, people need to shame the fuck out of Moonwind. Shame. You're not poor, you asshole. If I can afford to pay for fucking Pigeon Whale, you can too. Any evidence they found a counterparty, or can we see heavy shorting throughout OPEX? Thanks. We could see, we could, yeah, we could see heavy shorting. I don't know. There weren't that many shares left this morning. XYZ TBH. No one will notice I'm gay. You know, you really type that like right at the end of the chat spam. It's okay to be gay, dude. Don't worry about it. I'd still buy you a Wendy's burger and throw it over the dumpster for you. Thanks, man. My wife decided that her managed IRA getting negative 7% yearly return is no good. And now she's going to let me direct it. Awesome, man. Porsche VW is squeezing again. You should put some god tier pickles picks and billionaires so that Moonwind won't have access to it. Ooh. You know, all I have to do is just post the perfect covered call strike every Monday. They'll become a member in no time. Are they going to buy early, such as in November? What indications are you looking for? If they were going to pre-hedge, we would have seen it last week. So that would have been the indication. Now we're just waiting for them to buy. When do you expect the most prime movements throughout this window? During this window. No problem, James. Thanks, man. Home Depot earnings are kind of interesting. Home Depot is way down right now. I don't want to think about it right now, but yeah, it's something I've been looking at. My mobile account was shadow banned. I have no idea why. Please note that today is my birthday, and henceforth is also the birthday of all Dans. For 2 days. Dan Almighty, Hive Mind clone. Thanks, meditation. Volkswagen up 7%. Oh. I would say that our reversal this morning is fairly bullish, even though the volume is low. This looks good. Let's check our bounce out here on the 1 hour. Yeah, I think it looks good. Bottom. Any pre-market gap? Probably filled now, right? SPY's performing well. Good. Good stuff. BW squeezes back. He predicts months in advance when there will be upward price movement because the shorts do short things. SS hates him. I don't think SS hates me. I think some people on SS really fucking hate me. Oh, it was just a sneeze. DRS your VW shares. I think if we clear the chain again, that's MOASS. I agree. Zlubert. As soon as they lose the ability to hedge their volatility like their variance swaps and their volatility baskets, it's game on. Coffee. Dude, I've been the weekend drama on fucking Super Stonk for like the last 3 weeks. It's ridiculous. Hard to say if they found a counterparty for the entropy swap yet. We don't know. Happens if they don't find a counterparty to their entropy swap, then they're not hedged against upside movement. It's pretty simple. I mean, there can still, like, the buying can still come due. It just means they wouldn't be hedged against it. It's okay if SS hates you. Mom still loves you and asks me all the time to tell you when you'll be back from your cigarette run. Awkward. You're fighting the good fight. It's going to take a lot of time and some other community names to say, guys, Gherk stuff checks out since your detractors don't even understand your points. I mean, I feel like most of the other DD writers have said that my stuff checks out. it's just like ignorance of fact because it doesn't agree with the narrative. That's like most of the pushback. It's like, this fucking this math and science, that sounds like shill talk. Comply. DRS comply. But the people who hate me, like really, really fucking hate me, like to a mentally unstable level. Like they do things like argue false cause to prove points that are incorrect, and then like delete all their messages and try to make me like look bad by having my message alone. It's some of the most insane shit I've ever seen. And I've been on the internet for some time. With the option stock, it also doesn't help that you're the one saying it, especially since you're the way that you are. I think if I wasn't the way that I am, I would have left, right? If I didn't love just living rent free in their heads so much, then I would have just walked away by now. You know, I want to agree with that, Sam, that like people over here also do like stir the pot, but at the same time, like I see people that are have been around forever, and they always try to like, you know, at least argue in good faith for the most part. I'm not saying there aren't some that are just like attacking people, and I've asked people so many times in the past not to do that because it doesn't help anybody. But people are gonna get stirred up and angry on the internet, right, and lash out. Wait, the mods removed a post for breaking the rules that wasn't one of mine? That's crazy. Individual freedom? What's that? Thank you, Hive Mind. Did you ever see the 2007 Narnia movie with he's not a tame lion? No, but he's a good one. With you, it's like he's not a nice pickle. No, but he's a good one. Thanks, kind of huge. Can you explain locking in profits when you roll an option, please? Appreciate what you do. I mean, rolling an option is simply selling the contract you have, right? So if the contract you have is up, profitable, and you sell it, right? Then when you buy back in at a later date, that's when you've completed the roll forward of that contract. So usually a good way to do that is, you know, sell your option high and buy back at a later date when the price comes down or volatility drops. Did you see the post on Superstock about how you don't understand DRS? Yeah. Curious to see if I understood one of your clips properly. So entropy swaps are useful to short hedge funds during exposure windows as they reduce the security's sensitivity to large buy volume. Yeah, so as the short hedge funds clear out their obligations, since they're likely both short the stock and short volatility. What this does is this allows them to create an entropy swap, allows them to be neutral against volatility and hedge the buying of the underlying. Oh crap, I don't have. One sec, gotta fix Epic Pen. And so as they cover their obligations, they're not affected by the volatility, and their short position's not at risk because it's hedged. And all you need to do this weekend, thanks for explaining from the beginning what's going on with GME. Thank the Tans also. Thanks, John. Thoughts on municipal bonds as a hedge to the market? I know nothing about them, and my friend says they help him sleep at night, investing largely in long positions. They offset capital gains too, I think. I mean, they're fairly stable, generally speaking. Safe investment. A place to park money. I just want you to get some sleep. You're not the only one. Looks like no OPEX covering for today. That's not necessarily true. Looks like we're just tracking with the market so far, though. I'm going to update Reddit real quick. I think usually our moves on OPEX runs come around the midday. Really don't want us crossing max pan, do they? I think you explaining makes a lot of sense. I think I've learned more about the market from tuning into your streams than I'd have expected to learn in my whole life. Thanks, dude. Do you think they slow cover this week to keep IV down, or do it all once to get it over with? See, that's one of the things I suspect is I mean, that's a big reason for the entropy swaps, right? And their importance is that if the entropy swap is in place, they can just slam the price, right? But I think if they don't have an entropy swap in place, we see a lot of pre-hedging going on, in order to reduce their exposure. And since we didn't see a lot of pre-hedging, as a matter of fact, Friday basically nothing, right? Just negative price action, coming back almost to neutral by close. So I think if they're gonna run it, we might see them run it pretty hard. They could already be hedged. You see anything from the options chain? I'll check it. We're not gonna have too much data, just the first 15 minutes. So we got some 150 and 145 puts. They look sold. Looks like they're closing in the money put positions. Not too much data on those. Lots of March 4th, Feb 25 calls coming in. So a bunch of weeklies, some March 18 to 120s came in. Those are bought, likely bought. Some March 18 100 puts being sold as well. You should stop buying calls because they don't delta hedge options and don't move the price. You should also not buy puts because they cause negative price action. Did I get this right? Yep. You've nailed it right on the head. I think their inference, although they're terrible at explaining it, is that they only hedge the downside. So not only do they not hedge appropriately, their hedge is lopsided and short favored. I mean, their hedge is short favored, but it's likely really minimal, right? Because the more deviation from delta neutral they take, right? Like the more tail risk they take on, the greater the asymmetry in their risk, right? So if they're delta negative in their hedge favor and the price runs, then they have even more catching up to do. It's very risky. Our market makers don't take those kind of risks. It's very hard to break a market maker because of that. But I think too much focus is on the market makers. And not enough on the actual short hedge funds. Any word from Yelia yet? Still off grid? I think so. Yeah, I haven't heard from her. Oh, sweet. Gamma neutral at 120. Delta neutral 115. Gamma peaks 116, 120, 150. I guess bouncing around 15, 120 before liftoff. We'll see. Yeah, sounds about right. I think we look pretty good to break gamma neutral right now. Brave vacation. Thanks for the update, dude. And I use your crystal ball to check. You reply. I replied to your post that it sounds chilly. What's the over under you think on how many downvotes I'll get? I feel like you're probably just gonna get some upvotes. It ran Feb 25th, right? Yeah. It ran on Feb. So it was, so Feb 24th, this was different, right? They could do this again, by the way, Joseph. But it was different in the sense that they waited until the very end of the T+2 window. And then they halted the stock into close so that they got an extra day to cover. So it effectively extended their window to T+3. It was very well executed on their part. I sadly think the only way forward is to diverge from Superstonk into a sub focused on trading GME cycles, and enforcing protection of DD riders. I don't think Superstonk is salvageable. I have to disagree with that. I mean, I love the idea, but I do think it is. I think people just don't really understand everything at play, and it's confusing. And you know, that creates fear, which then, you know, you see people taking advantage of. I'm kind of upset, but I totally lost that. But I've made money from using your free education of options. When my shares are down, but I offset losses with profit on options, it makes me feel too smart. Ooh. Why no moon? Patience, fear of God. Can you get a magic 8-ball like DFB did so we can predict price action? No, that's like his thing. I'm not gonna steal that. I expected more anti-option shills in chat today. There's never any shills when the stock's going up. Gamma Max peaks at 116, 120, and 150. Oh, and Jay, did you get censored or did you just not say anything? Oh. Hey Gerg, I've been following the stream for the past half a year. Lots of people following the stream happily sit and lurk like myself while learning a fuck ton. So I just want to remind you, we're all here, and say thanks for once. Props to your resilience. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Questions are good fud. Gherkin sleep when the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, when the seas go dry and the mountains blow in the wind like leaves. Until then, he needs to keep giving out cycle DD and making me money, which I'll return in $3 to $5 increments every time my wife turns her back. Thanks, dude. Bash Gherkin on Reddit, collect numerous upvotes, profit. Probably, yeah. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to bye-bye. Welcome to the dark side. I'm gonna start a subreddit for GameStop called Normal Stock. I think you confirmed you're an alien here to destroy the pickle industry. Are you gonna also destroy cucumbers or only the ones that have been brined? Just the briny ones. Do you ever feel like this is a school project and you're doing all the work and we're all the timekeepers and group motivators? Jesus Christ. Feb 25, 128C. You're down 50%. What do you do? Roll. I mean, stock's going up. Relax. It's only Monday, Tuesday, right? Jan 23 950s are a nice IV play, but I think the June 680s are just cheaper for basically the same effect. Stock Reddit, Greek simping subreddit. You're moving up, Chief. Girk is a terrible shill. He doesn't even have merch. I know. Will you be increasing membership costs as a result of inflation? I mean, 4.99 for entry level. How long can you maintain these prices with the enormous cucumber supply chain constraints? As long as feasibly possible. We're really just in this for the customer. Can they cover all the FTDs in 1 week? What? Which FTDs? The ones that are coming due? You can cover them all in 1 day. The community that has been built here is what Super Stonks should have been. It's educational, lighthearted, and about as weird as the internet should be. Props to you and the rest of the people that make it possible. Riku. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel. I appreciate that, man. Why do short trading weeks normally due to price action, or is what do short trading weeks normally due to price action, or is it negligible? It can condense price action. So shorter trading weeks can be more volatile than like a 5-day trading week. So yeah, sometimes the holiday can compress some price action and you get a little bit of volatility. Similar to events like quad witching or triple witching. Bring back the original Zillionaire song. I've never lost it, J Fresh. It will always be there. In my defunct pickle marketing Discord channel. Thanks for keeping this knowledge-based channel, Gurk. Also, DRS is silly. Come at me, Shills. Thanks, Snickers. Anything on Shift Search? There was some put selling going on at bullish price levels. There was some call buying for weeklies and shit. It looks fairly... And call buying's picking up. Put selling for March 18 100s is picking up. It looks bullish. Spreads. Please, Gurk, don't fucking put any emojis on the screen. It looks okay like this. How dare you? Expect 150 test today or tomorrow? No idea. It could happen either day. It could happen tomorrow morning. It could happen tonight. I'm still in the marketing channel, but no one ever says anything in there. The last thing anybody said was when Jim said, got that eyebrow power, that power eyebrow going. And that was it on December 23rd. Was making Fluffy a mod the catalyst all along? We'll find out. Macy's doing a 25% share buyback. I heard it's big. They are sold short. DNUT up 10% on the day. Your DDs are solid. Did you consider submitting your DDs and the books of gherkin it to the DOJ and SEC, since they have a shortage in staff and clearly need the help from someone like you? I mean, I don't think me submitting my DD to the DOJ is going to do anything. All of this information is shit that they're well aware of, but a lot of it poses widespread systemic risk, and the way it will be handled will likely not be a way that retail is satisfied with. No, I think Macy's has been doing pretty well. Boop. Yo, I got these 12 shares of GME. How rich am I gonna be? Richer than you are now. I just want you to know that every time I watch a video on your channel, a Professor Pickle pops up and makes a little sound. It cracks me up. Macy's is an XRT, yeah, I believe so. Macy's, Nordstrom's, BBBY. I think AMC's in there. Is Apple the most heavily weighted stock in XRT? I'm not sure. No, it's not. It's like, is it? Most of XRT's are stocks are equally weighted. How does volatility measure? You showed a while back. Are we tracking the volatility like you were mentioning? Thanks. Are you talking about the entropy? I could ask. I mean, it'll entropy will be realized with price action increasing. So it's more of a, I mean, if it's entropy will be climbing because price is climbing, but it's more an idea of it going from low to high and the velocity at which it does so. You know who else is doing well? GME. I bought a game from the new mobile app and got it in 2 days, even though I chose free delivery. Friend in Dallas got a game in 2 hours. I mean, aren't you guys like right there where GameStop is? Dillard's is a fundamental play only. The future of department store commerce. Dillard's could squeeze. It is a fundamental play. It's a very good play. It's a very good like long-term buy and hold. They're undervalued quite a bit. I checked the most heavily weighted underlying in XRT is Wetzel's Pretzels. I actually don't like video games. I don't know why I'm here. For the NFTs, right? Yeah, Ryan Cohen's the delivery driver. I somehow doubt that. My problem with Dillard's and Macy's is that most of their stores are gross. That's fair. I mean, that's why I go to Macy's Plus or Bloomingdale's. It's less gross. Have you thought about citing your sources in Book of MOASS and then submitting it to your professor to check and see if he agrees with your thesis? No. I might. Expectations for a rug pull after the 24th? Expected. May not happen, but I expect something. We could continue moving up as well. I feel like we are. Oh, we're not beating the market yet, but bullish. It's tricky because finance is largely broken down. Like everybody's job is very specific, and this deals with such a broad. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I've shown it to people I know who work in finance currently, And they're like, well, this seems right, but I don't know shit about any of this other stuff, right? Like they won't know about like ETF function or um you know the effects of like this like infinite creation redemption process, or they don't know that much about the DTCC. It's not that I know all. It's just that it would take like it would take like a team of experts to figure this shit out. And it does. I mean, if you think about how many people individually, not just me, that are working on this, right? Um, and it's still elusive in some regards. I mean, most of my professors just worked in finance. But yeah, you're right. It's not that I would be disinterested in putting it through academic scrutiny. It would take some time to prepare it for that. Euros hypothetically, you mentioned before the per GME quarterlies. If short hedge funds see it getting near 100%, and if they care, they will get out ahead of it. What would that look like? Big buys? A faster unwinding of whatever position they have. So more volatility, bigger price improvements. Maybe something more like DDS, where we see an act like a short position actively moving out on the long term time frame, right? Like if we look at DDS over the last year, it's spiked on all the quarterly run ups with GameStop, and then it's continued up in between instead of dipping like GameStop does. They continue to cover as much as, because it's so hard for them to get out of this position. They continue to cover as much as they can as time goes on. And so we see DDS just breaking constantly into higher and higher trends. See, the US embassy is getting involved in the memes. Oh boy. What happened to the simple narrative of them needing to buy back a gazillion shares and us naming our price? More information? It's not that they don't have to buy back a ton of shares. It's just the way in which they're doing it, the way in which they're trying to eke their way out of the position is becoming more and more apparent. When we first looked at this back in, April and June, they just look trapped, right? Like, but with these cycles, there's higher and higher likelihood as they've continued to play out. Um, there's a reason, right? It's not because they want that to happen, right? Um, and no massive institution like that is going to carry a significant amount of risk for a long period of time. They will do everything they can to get out of the position equitably, of course, but Should exposure. CNN reported that Putin is attempting to DRS Ukraine with computer share. Should the OPEX exposure from all shorting over the last quarter be due during this OPEX window? Yes. I know that you're pretty close to being right, but there's knowledge of the mechanics that might be able to unlock the one thing necessary for the thesis to be bulletproof. I think we've found that in the swaps, but I'm not 100% sure yet. But if you read the first part of my DD yesterday, VWAP, the like the what is OPEX section, that's a lot of exposure. Yes, it is. It is. It's all the exposure since November OPEX. It can be pretty crazy. I mean, the last time they shorted this hard was last February, right? And we saw what happened there. So it can be wild. I'm maintaining tempered expectations, but I think we can see. I mean, yeah, I think we can see a lot of upside. But I'm gonna want to see tests, right? I'm gonna want to see us push 150, hold. I want to see us push 180 and hold. We can confirm as it moves up. Would you do a bit with D Lauer? I've reached out to them before, and it's just fallen through every time. I don't think I don't know. Maybe that's our comments about washing his hair that throw him off, but would that upside potential be potentially violent? Yes. No, I do not consider this violent upside right now. Does your school provide access to data that plebs like us can't afford? I mean, they have like Bloomberg terminals and stuff. Most of the things that they provide are like fundamental analysis that I don't think we don't have access to. We have access to most of it. Have literally any of your predictions ever been right? Yeah, lots of them. That's why there's so many people here. You expecting price action this week? Yep. I don't think he's a shill. I mean, I just don't think he has aligned interests. That doesn't make somebody a shill. I'm here because I like getting roasted. I don't think that MOASS is impossible. I'm just saying. My point is that I don't see MOASS happening without a short squeeze starting. and that's really just a difference of focus, right? I'm focused on, you know, GameStop going from 130 and breaking 350, and you're focused on GameStop breaking 100,000. That's not I don't believe in MOASS or the potential for it. Not you, Lauer. Oh, sorry. It's probably something I should have said anyway. Don't forget about all the hate watchers. How could I ever? They're my biggest contributors. The people hate watching the stream and bashing me on Reddit. Like, they make all of this possible. Without them, I'd be a nobody. It's Friday, and markets are closed, and no price action happened whatsoever. What would be the explanation for that? How can they avoid this week? I mean, that hasn't happened. So if they somehow dodged this, how? That opens up a whole nother basket of questions that I don't think we're prepared to answer because we don't currently see a way for them to dodge this exposure. Oop. Can we please get a reminder to like the stream? Yeah, if you guys could drop a like, it's a big help and a nice way to show your support. That's what I said, food stamps. Could be Guy Fieri. Could be. What's your theory behind XRT calls? XRT calls? What XRT calls? Ignore MOASS for a minute. What's the prediction for just long-term buy and hold? Will the price correct to reflect GME true valuation? I mean, I've said this before, and I'll continue to say it. I think Ryan Cohen's already doing the one thing that truly beats shorts, and that's building a company that is not worth shorting. Have you ever faced a 90-day restriction? If yes, is the restriction removal easy and fast? The answer is no, and I have no idea. I know people that have gotten out of it. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's just not doing the same stuff, right? Like he's building like his platform and promoting it, which is not was just really not like it's not like he's invested in MOASS, right? I think he's made that pretty clear. So I don't think he's a shill. I like as dumb as we are. You might have the smartest YouTube financial YouTube viewership. I'm only here for the food hacks and recipe. What are stocks? Don't worry about it. Favorite Gert quote, Spicely repeated yesterday in yesterday's DD, they can't keep this shit up forever. It's true. Is it a good time to short the VIX? Probably not. I think SPY comes back down to here at least. Maybe that is the bounce. Well, let's see if it stabilizes. What's the relationship, if any, between the heavy shorting of the last 3 months and OPEX today or tomorrow? Are these two separate mechanics? No, I don't think so. I think they are very deeply intertwined, VWAP-opotamus. I don't know if you read my DD yesterday, but I kind of cover the process, I think, which occurs with short authorized participants, GameStop, and ETFs. Maybe I should break that down because I do know that the diagram I drew is kind of confusing. So you have the authorized participant, right? And they go to the ETF and they borrow shares. And then they use those shares to short GameStop. Or, well, not actually short, but they sell them, right? The ETF is then negative X number of shares, and GME's price is down. So the ETF goes and gets forward swaps or forward futures contracts for GameStop, whose price is now down, right? And so this benefits both the AP and the ETF for the balance of missing shares. So positive X, marking their position as neutral. The GameStop sold shares then fail in T+6. So the APs buy in the money puts on the ETF, to mark this failure as long and give themselves an additional 35 calendar days. Then, and these are for the quarter. This is for OPEX. And then as, OPEX expires, they exercise these contracts and cash settle their FTDs with the ETF. The ETF can then use that cash to close or deliver these futures contracts, and then everything goes back to zero. And they can start all over again. Yeah, I'll clip that. Extremely appreciative of that explanation. Thank you. So I think that's the driving force behind these OPEC cycles. I think there's more to it than that. There's volatility positions and things like that are also being hedged, but I think that's the gist. Like, in the easiest way I can explain it. It's Friday. You've pivoted into complete beauty channel and shill skincare products. You've signed a deal with Trader Joe's as they launch a new product segment. How? Marketing genius. Someone on Twitter said there were a lot of shares to borrow on Fidelity. Fidelity is at 89,130, I think. It might have changed a little bit. That's my last update for Fidelity. Right? That's I mean, it's not an infinite money glitch, but it's a glitch, right? Like that I think all the mechanics are in place for that to work out very, very well. It also explains other things like why we see a T plus 6 plus 3 plus 35 settlement period versus what it should be, which is T plus 5 plus 35. The buying of shares wasn't explicit. I feel like it was. Maybe not. Numbered steps on Superstock graphic may help with comprehension. I struggled with the sequencing when reading the DD, but this explanation where the sequence was clear was very helpful. Maybe I should do that. Or maybe just like its own post kind of breaking down exactly how it works. No, the more I explain it, I think the better I get at it, or get at explaining it. Is there a chance their exposure is lessened? Well, that's what I thought, right? That like exposure was lessening until November through January happened. And they created more exposure than they've created in a year. So now I just don't know, because like, throughout the year exposure was dying off, right? And then they just created a ton of it over the last quarter again. So it's confusing. Especially since January 6th. With real share borrowing occurring on GameStop again. And share utilization or short utilization being so high. Can one of the hoodies you sell say fanboy on the back? It's just gonna say confirmed shell. As know you said, MOASS, if it happens, it could hit millions. Is that just wishful thinking nowadays? Thanks for the honesty. No. If MOASS occurs, and to the extent of, our perceived expectations, then millions of dollars a share is not out of the question. The question really at that point is, do they let it continue? And that's one that really can't be answered until we're in it, right? If war actually breaks out and the market tanks, will that impact your price targets from OPEX this week? Absolutely. Unless GameStop can somehow resist the downturn and continue up. I mean, we're illiquid enough that there's potential for us to resist a drop in the market. We resisted most of the drop over the last week. We've maintained a fairly stable price against, significant downturn in the S&P. You talk about DDS having a better position and control because of its massive percentage of direct registered shares. Why then do you dissuade others, through example, from doing the same for GameStop? I don't think DRS is in a better position for it. I just think that the shorts are closing their position in DRS very slowly, and they will do so equitably. They will short and average up their short position on the runs, and they will get out before employees or investors lock the float. And as the stock, as DDS has drawbacks, right? And that, like, as it becomes more illiquid, their ability to then bring the price of the stock down also increases, right? So more volatility, but not necessarily like more squeezy, right? So they can, you know, as they're exiting this position, maybe, yeah, sure, they run it up to 400, but then they can bring it down, you know, like 50% from that high, which is something, you know, we just saw in GameStop as well. As we become more illiquid, their ability to bring the price down also increases on fewer shares. So they generate less and less exposure as the stock becomes more and more illiquid in order to short it. So, you know, back in June on GameStop, they may have had to create millions and millions of shares of exposure. And now, you know, maybe just a few million or a few 100,000 to bring the price of the stock down, you know, $10, $20. Man, this just keeps consolidating. This is a very long downward wedge. Oh, what did I do? Does this have like an inception point? We could fall all the way down to about the EMA 180. All right. What caused GME to get negative beta again? I mean, just inversing the market. That's all negative beta is. It's a historical look at if a stock has inversed market trends. We did last January. We ran. I mean, the market was coming down as we ran. Are you saying that illiquidity is hurting the squeeze? No, but there's a potential for illiquidity to benefit hedge funds and short hedge funds in getting out of positions cheaper, right? Because if they're able to, it makes it so the more illiquid the stock is, the easier it is to manipulate. So it gives us these potential for these really high highs and these really low lows, and it takes less and less volume to create that movement. Does that make sense? It is, but it's not beneficial for these periods of manipulation. So while illiquidity increases the chance or probability of a short squeeze, it also makes the price of the stock easier to manipulate. What percentage of your GME options position will you put into weeklies this week? I don't know. If I see a breakout that I like, I'll probably buy some. I'll probably just like chase, right? Like a little bit. I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3%. I disagree with that, Lord Voldemort, in that I think the reason we saw such a long and sustained price drop was the fact that retail and institutions were buying far dated calls. So You know, if retail and institutional calls are way out here, saying like Feb 18 at the time through April, which is where the majority of the call volume was coming in during our drop, what that does is that increases the delta sensitivity. And so we start to see these really big spikes in delta sensitivity, which means the amount of hedging that needs to be done per dollar of increase in the price. And since delta sensitivity was so high, the short hedge funds couldn't like break up their covering, right? They had to just keep shorting to stay under that delta sensitivity. And they found a floor where they couldn't really keep shorting anymore. And this was, you know, kind of the beginning of January through Feb 8th. And before we started to climb back up, right? And in avoiding all of these, they were unable to relieve any pressure from their short position. So I actually think that retail buying far dated calls has forced them into a position that they did not want to be in, which was my intention when I started talking about it. Was that this far dated buying of calls was a way to expose the risk on the cyclical position that they had created, and take advantage of it. So, you know, a lot of us got burned on Feb 18s, but we may have created a situation for the short hedge funds that's inescapable at the same time. And God knows the number of FTDs that were piled up due to that. Not used or manipulated, revealed an opportunity. And if people took it, that was up to them, right? And unfortunately, yeah, it was met with a lot of derision and criticism. Had it been more popular, it's possible that we would have broken out far before now. Had the delta sensitivity been even higher, who knows what could have happened. There was an immediate strong pushback against all things options, and I don't think it was entirely organic. Haven't hedge funds gotten away with not buying back in the past, therefore making FTDs a non-issue for them? Good question, Kyle Bircher. No, that puts GameStop on the obligations warehouse, or on the reg share threshold list. Sorry. That's, I mean, good for them possibly, and the fact that it offsets covering, but it also forces covering. So it's it and it prevents them from shorting the stock. Well, they can continue to short an ETF that's on reg show. If GameStop goes on reg show, they can't suppress the price anymore, which is a very big problem for the position they're in. They need that price suppression in order to make the settlement of that cycle net positive. Otherwise, that cycle becomes a loss, and it becomes a loss very, very quickly because it's so heavily leveraged, right? You know, that, you know, 1% and 2% losses on that position are massive. I have no idea what the error was with Bob's data. There will be no pirate pineapple pizza turd. Thanks, Gurk. Good reply. Do you think that the fact that a lot of retail is also barred from playing options makes buy hold DRS if I want as the only play for them? It does. It absolutely does. Don't FTDs help them create more synthetics? No. How would an FTD create a synthetic? Especially if the FTD is already a synthetic. FTDs simply create, you know, the possibility for the need to buy or sell the stock. So FTDs force them to drive liquidity. Whether that liquidity be real or synthetic, it still forces the creation of liquidity. And there's only a few ways to create liquidity to satisfy FTDs. One of them being buying the stock, creating a demand, right? What they want to do, what's ideal for them, is they want to shunt the FTD obligations of GameStop to a place where FTD synthetics are covered very easily, right? They want that exposure to be primarily in ETFs, because it's very easy to continuously net settle an ETF, as they have no cap really on their free float, right? And so since ETFs present infinite liquidity, that presents infinite resolution of failure to delivers. Why is there no FTD data for today? Today's not a release date for FTDs. It's the 30th, I believe, end of the month. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Sorry, I didn't see it, Bithead. Question, is driving down the stock price good to help those selling the forward swaps, giving them a profit at expiry redemption? Does this then become incentive for the swap seller? Thanks, man, as always. Yeah, because, you know, on those swaps, someone has to be short and someone has to be long, right? So yeah, it absolutely does. It also allows the ETFs to enter the swap, and this is why it's very likely that XRT is complicit with this, and a participant, because they benefit by being able to buy after GME, for instance, is shorted. They benefit by the spot price for those forwards going down. Which means that they get to, you know, buy GME at a cheaper price, and then when they get the shares, they can, you know, offload them at a higher price. So after you know that contract writer goes out into the market and buys those shares and returns them to XRT, XRT then has more valuable shares than, you know, they're up on the position. When's OPEX due? Between today and Thursday. Fidelity borrow interest rate back up to 1.75. Okay, good. Signs of shorting are positive. Did you believe the GME OPEX upward price action? We should also see upward price action in XRT. Yes, we should. I think we saw a little this morning, right? It kind of just recovered from last night and it's now falling down. You know what? Actually, I think XRT lags slightly. As I think XRT, at least the last time it was reg showed, if I remember correctly, it ran after GameStop. Yeah. So XRT ran after those swaps were closed, right? Because now it's getting all those shares back that are worth more money, right? And that raises its net asset value. Does that make sense? So when those shares come back from the swaps being closed, that then drives the price of XRT up. Also, XRT has its dividend around this time, which is a reason for them to close whatever short positions they have open on the ETF itself. God damn, that makes a lot of sense. Bullish expectations. What's your take on all this Rico talk? We'll see. Thanks, Go. I appreciate it, man. Is that Thursday date only if they halt into close? If they halt into close, it could keep covering into Friday. This is why I don't like weeklies for this week. If they repeat last year's action with covering on T+3 and like creating that T+3 window by halting the stock, it extends their window to cover. And so, yeah, I'm not a big fan of weeklies for that reason, unless they're very near the money. And even then, like, I'm not sure I like buying them right now. So basically money laundering and racketeering, sort of, yeah. I mean, the people defrauded in this scenario are the investors in the ETF and the investors in the stocks in its like asset basket. Can you settle a DT call by making your position cash? I'm trying to figure out whether I should add money or wait till OPEX. Maybe. If they said you can, usually yeah, they'll let you back out, I think, on your first violation, and you can turn your account into a cash account, but it's a process. I don't have a thick skin like you. I couldn't handle the hate you endure, but I'm so grateful that you have what it takes to keep going because of what I'm learning from you. I know I'll be financially okay on my own, which is new for me, so thank you. Thank you so much, Luna. I appreciate that. I don't know if it's that I have a thick skin. I'm just a big troll. So like I love shit posting and fucking with people. It's fun for me. And so the more they do that, you know, the more I get to enjoy it. If this trend continues against the SPY, will institutions be looking for entry? I mean, slowly. It depends on the how far they diverge, right? No weeklies, got it. So what if a hugging friend of ours took that weekly money and instead bought April 510s for 159, lower than the ask all day hugs? That's a decent price. I mean, I have a bunch of April 510s for like Ivy. They're risky, but they're cheap, so I don't really care. I don't think people understand why the RICO Act was created. It's not to get short hedge funds. I seriously doubt that they would be able to use RICO in the financial world. It's difficult because of the liability in a corporation, right? I think rumors of RICO investigation will stunt their ability to short and distort. It seems like sites have been scrubbing their negative articles. Maybe? Yeah, Matt Harpster. I answered you before. I think so. Call your broker. I'm probably not the person to ask, right? I actually don't. I just have one Reddit account. I have no other ones. I should probably create another one for when this is all over. But what do you mean when you say for IV? I mean, I purchased them with the intent that IV will go up, not that they will go into the money. It's me, BK. Thick wrist skin. It's not just that. RICO was implemented to get the top bosses for crimes committed by the smaller guys. Also, racketeering and money laundering is a stretch for what they have done. I mean, there's definitely some fraud there in this ETF creation process. But yeah, I agree. Racketeering is a bit of a stretch. Money laundering only if they're, also the manager of the ETF, right? But I don't think they are. I mean, that's State Street. I don't get it. That if FTDs and OPEX are where you've been staking your entire reputation, why aren't you super big on weeklies right now? Don't you have conviction in your own DD? Just keeping it real. I don't like weeklies because of the shortened week due to the holiday. And their ability to run the stock late Thursday into a halt. And then on Friday, when those weeklies will have lost most of their theta value, I think that to play a weekly window, that March 4ths are better because they have that extra theta. So if the run is in the lower expected range, 150 to 160, 150 weekly is bought now, even on a test of 150 by Friday, could be very, very low in value due to that theta decay. They could have lost most, if not all, of their value. So that's why. It has nothing to do with confidence. It's just some contracts are better than others. So you're like 40% on March 4th right now? I would say about 20% on March 4th. The rest on March 18, but I was buying March 18s before the OPEX date. Like before this window. So if I buy more contracts, I'd be looking at March 4th. Yeah, if you aren't buying 320 weeklies, you're a shill. Yeah, a lower strike weekly is fine. I'd mirror the money. But I mean, how much more is it to get those few extra days of theta? Also, what if we keep running? What if the run doesn't stop? It's a possibility. It's happened in the past. And a March 4th would be better positioned to capture more movement. Heads up, Putin ordered troops into the Ukraine. Cool. I mean, not cool, but good to know. Didn't he do that yesterday? There's also a sweet Photoshop of you riding Darth Dan in that parody Twitter. I mean, that's kind of awesome. Me beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, it is harder. What'll likely happen is what happens anytime large amounts of financial crime are uncovered, is that, you know, in return for admitting no fault, massive fines are paid. When would DDS become a Tesla type squeeze? Could it? It requires a sustained higher share price than its fundamental support over a long enough period of time, so new shorts jump in it. Right? I mean, DDS is already experiencing kind of a Tesla type squeeze. And then it's like just slow squeezing over time. Its fundamentals actually support a higher valuation than its current market price. They own a lot of real estate, very valuable real estate. Plus they have excellent, you know, earnings reports for the last several quarters. I remember not understanding Theta 2, friends. I still don't, but notice I took that weekly money and bought Theta to defend my IV play. I already own 130s, 150s, and 200s from March. I just haven't given hugs. I haven't just given hugs. I've tried to learn. Haha. Awesome, Pickle Morty. I want to see this picture of me being ridden by Gurk. Also, Pi-Fi, a very important video on Pigeon Wheel chat. No music. I'll watch it. Ban Darth Dan and Moonwen. See, this is something I feel like I could get behind, Roaring Kitty. Thank you for weighing in. Question, Roaring Kitty, during the accumulation period, what dates were your buy-ins? The pre-January accumulation. And were you tracking it? Yeah, I know it's not DFA, but probably not. I actually don't know. His knowledge of DFE's position is frighteningly accurate sometimes, though. Very big fan of DFE, if nothing else. You're not DFE, Mr. Diggs. Is there any way I've seen you? Unlikely. Is there any way this cycle is dodged like December? It's not the same cycle. These are different. December and January were leap dates. Leap dates need price improvement to for gamma exposure to occur. This exposure is not the same. OPEX is not the same as leap expiries. Leap expiries, however, drove much of our volume last year, as the gamma exposure due to the price running into the leaps was very high. But by shorting the leap exposures, they're able to dodge by shorting previous to the leap expirations, they're able to dodge the exposure that would come from them. Putin gave the order to a general to give the order to a general to give the order to a colonel to give the order to move into the Ukraine. Gotta allow some T+2 on the trickle down ordernomics. It took 2 tries due to explicit video content. Boo. I guess my nipples are explicit. I mean, they are. I know it's not. No, he just occasionally weighs in and tells me to ban Darth Dan, and now he's added Moonwind to the list. Caught up on the Zillionaire Hot Treb stream yesterday that Roaring Kitty is a smart fella. Visceral for mod for MOASS, and congrats Fluffiosa. Ross, new subscriber, you definitely don't know me. Are you just visceral? It's gotta be DFE. He knew exactly who to ban first. GME ETFs may have bottomed. I mean, if you take coronavirus into account, their earnings were fantastic. No, DDS has had very, very solid earnings all year. I wouldn't say it's a stretch at all. But they're an established company. That has nothing to do with. It's not a comparison of DDS to GameStop earnings. They're not the same company at all. There are some loose correlations, and they belong to similar baskets of ETFs, but that's about it. One's a fucking department store. I would say that they're more correlated with like Macy's or Nordstrom's than they are with GameStop. It's just, the only reason I'm curious, Harley, is because it's been going on for so long. Like if it's just trolling, it's such a sustained trolling, right? Like they're committed to the long con. Do you foresee any punishments coming to State Street Bank over allowed abuse of XRT once this is all said and done? I mean, they haven't punished them for 11 years. I don't see why they'd start now. You didn't hear about the Dillard's NFT exchange? They're adding to all the perfume and makeup counters, dude. Excuse me, the price is stuck at 120.69. I have checked the resource identifier for the user. It is Roaring Kitty. Send me the proof. The Jonathan Swift quote describing the Gurk haters. When a true genius appears in the world, you may know him by this sign, that the dunces are all in confederacy against him. Well, that's a nice thing to say. Elevator to the gallows. Not sure if your answer was referencing me, but I was talking strictly GME earnings and them being excellent. Maybe I misheard you and you were talking about DDS. Yeah, I was. I mean, GME is growing and also transforming. I don't expect very good earnings out of GameStop for a while. I think this coming quarter will be pretty good because it's quarter 4 and they're a retail establishment, but the rest of the year probably not super great. But as long as they are continuing to invest in building their infrastructure and e-commerce, then that's awesome. To be honest, when you don't get punished properly for a couple of years, things start to seem very bleak. Possible new emoji in DM. Yeah, I'll check on the size requirements, but yeah, I think so. I think I could add that, Fluffy. That's super cute. Growth companies have negative EPS. It's a rejection and an increase in revenue. Supply issues are hurting them too. Been waiting on a monitor for about a month. I mean, at least they were getting ahead of the supply issues early, before Q4. I think GameStop had very good inventory through Q4, far better than a lot of its competitors. So, and we could see that play out in the Q4 earnings. What if this whole time permanently banning Darth Dan was the catalyst? Well, fuck. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to keep up with all the Ko-Fis, because if I banned him from YouTube chat, he would just only use Ko-Fi to communicate with me. And it would be difficult to say the least. I don't think it's him. Roaring Kitty chats users unique image URL and chat masters the unique image URL of him in chat on Roaring Kitty's user account. Huh. Fuck, I'm gonna ban Darth Dan and Moonwind. Dude. Do it. What kind of IV change would we be looking at during a run? Like 40 to 60%. This is all way above the heads of most apes, and your DD helps. To protect us against short hedge funds halting the stock into close on Thursday, could we just exercise early Thursday AM? I mean, if the price is up, the problem is if they're waiting till Thursday and they're trying to repeat February's action and pull off that halt into close to extend their obligation window, you're not DFE, man. I'll show everyone your picture. Fuck was I talking about? Oh, if they're trying to extend their obligation window, the stock will stay pretty flat until Thursday, as flat as they can keep it. So those options that you're talking about exercising probably won't be very much in the money at that point. So yeah, I don't think exercising ahead of like Thursday evening would have any effect. So what if they can't pull off a Thursday halt to close for an extra day? Well, then we run today and tomorrow. Do you expect such a lame day? For the most part. I mean, the initial part of it, yeah. I think we'll pick up into the afternoon. Have my life savings in GME since March. Been slowly learning and balancing between shares and options. Thank you for all your homework, repeated explanations, and consistent GME long-term value. Thanks, Richard. I appreciate that, man. I am the walrus. Get you. I know it shouldn't matter, but is Moon an Asian? In my mind, he's Korean John Cho. No. I mean, they'd probably, if all the haters on SS found out the real DFV was tuning into your stream, I feel like they would just say the same shilly shit they say when people are like, DFV used options to improve the size of his holdings, which is, I think their argument is generally, what is it? Oh, DFV is no longer in this. This has become bigger than him or something like that. I don't know. Some of you guys fucking spend more time on there than I do. Maybe you have a better idea. He should have been banned when he paper-handed shares, but paper-handing Pigeon Whale too, after begging you constantly for CC advice, trash. Oh, fuck. No holds barred, man. So when will I get to say my last goodbye before I'm banned? We'll see. Fucking stupid WeBull. Did I tell you guys I got my first like real shill offer? WeBull wants me to like partner with them and push WeBull. I'm not gonna take it. Fuck them. But so they can give me fucking more shares of GNW. I asked them when they were going to be self-clearing. I'm thinking about it, but I have to move a lot of things around if I'm going to stop using this on the stream. I don't know why they aren't already self-clearing. I don't know why they're using Apex. I mean, their backing bank is BNY Mellon. There's no reason for them not to be self-clearing. Take it, but tell them, yeah, only if I receive shares of GMA. I just checked the URL of the avatars. There is a similarity. Don't fuck with me, all right? You can't just, you can't put that on me and then take it away. It's cruel. Save Darth Dan, CDM. Two images above should be the same, just different sizes like mine. Interesting. That's also interesting. I think all of those, that I think that code identifier is the same across all of them. Yeah, that's the size ID. Ugh. All right, enough. More stock, less nonsense. When buying an option contract, where should one typically place their order in the bid-ask spread? I mean, generally, you want to try to get it as cheap as possible, right? You look like you've lost some weight. Well done. I've been rowing more. I'm still fat as fuck right now, though. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Thanks for noticing, MK. Tesla looking sus. Huh. You look high as a kite right now, and yet completely sober. Gently down a stream. Rowing is fucking brutal. You've got an iron will. It's great exercise. Any recommendations on a rowing machine? I have a Concept 2. If you get them from their website, they're pretty reasonable. You've definitely lost weight since I started tuning in. By the time MOASS happens, you'll have wasted away into nothingness. Which, you know what it is? It's just that I just don't eat anymore. Like yesterday, I didn't eat at all. I woke up, I was writing DD, and then I streamed, and then I argued with people on Reddit, and then I went to sleep. And I just, through that period, forgot to eat food. It offsets the fact that I sit on my ass all day. What did Concept 2 offer you for shilling them? Nothing. I'm not good enough at this YouTubing stuff to reach out to people before I talk about their products. Were you arguing in the DRS thread? Yes. Because they were using misunderstandings of concepts in order to push a narrative that is typical of the crowd that seeks to do that. Like comparing DRS to Porsche, which is horseshit. But I think people don't realize that Porsche wasn't an incidental event. It was an intentional squeeze. Or that, 31.5% of their holdings were in options, which can't be registered. Raid Shadow Legends pays streams 2,000 viewers, $3,000 a stream. That's fucking more than I make from streaming. That's insane. How do I get in touch with Raid Shadow Legends? Oh my god. My options plays would become degenerate as fuck. I don't even know the process for that. Like, how does you're just like, hey, I want to show your shit. Pay me. I'll fucking talk about Raid Shadow Legends all day. What does it do? How does it work? Is it just like some phone app that you pump money into? I'll fucking start MOASS myself. I don't have to play it. Oh no. Typical fake out breakout. So they shorted our breakout. This is bullish as fuck. No, shorting our breakouts tends to be bullish. Like the SPY went green and they shorted GMA with a non-insignificant amount of volume, like 10,000 shares. Why bullish? They're trying to stop buy pressure from breaking us to the upside. That's why. Also, this is max pain and gamma neutral. They short all of our bullish breakouts. Anytime we move into a bullish breakout, they short the fuck out of it. I mean, yeah, breaking to the upside would be more bullish, but it means they care, right? And that makes me feel good. What's max pay and gamma neutral? Kind of same thing. I have a terrible lower back. Can I still take up rowing? Probably not a great idea. Welcome to Trader Joe's Uni Oven Concept 2 Demand Zone, brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Is them still shorting right now tell you that they're probably sitting there hoping war will tank the market until the last second when they have to cover OPEC's obligations? I mean, they could be delaying. Yeah, I would. To bleed. They bleed theta. Let's look at our historic OPEXs and see what days we ran on. So in November we ran on Tuesday, I believe, right? Or is it Monday, Tuesday? Let's see. November we ran on Monday, Tuesday. Our peak was on Tuesday morning. In August, we ran on Tuesday and Wednesday. That was the strongest part of our run. But our peak was actually the next week on 9/1. But all the volume and volatility were on 8/24 and 8/25. In March, we ran on the 25th and 26th, which I believe is also Tuesday and Wednesday. It was Wednesday, Thursday in March. Interesting. Well, we ran a little on the days leading into it. So we were up a little bit on or this is May, sorry. May, Tuesday, Wednesday in May. But we were up a little bit Monday. And then in February it was God damn it. Hold on. February we ran on Wednesday into Thursday. So Feb was the latest they ran it. And we were up Monday but down Tuesday with the biggest part of our run Monday. And this week with the holiday, that would translate to up today, down tomorrow, up Wednesday, up Thursday. Yeah, this week has shifted forward one trading day compared to previous weeks because of the holiday. Also, Nave Gex is a little elevated right now, which is sort of like delta sensitivity. It's not the same formula Yelia uses, and I don't think it's as accurate, but it is showing What was I looking for? Yeah. I mean, this is just typical for midday, right? This is not a big deal. Unless they short us very, very hard. I think we're okay. Where's our support here? Yeah, support's way down here at like 15, so I'm not super concerned. We have support at 1850 and 1650 as well. This just looks like a little bit of consolidation after this morning's run. If we go into a longer time frame and have a better look at this, it's not nearly as bearish as it looks on the 1 minute. So just suffer through a small amount of shorting, at least back probably down to this resistance. I don't see us going too much lower than that. So yeah, this is absolutely fine. These kind of equilateral consolidations tend, in my opinion, they tend to break down, especially if they're moving into the midday, like when volume in the market just kind of dies down. If they're moving, if they're formed very early in the morning or moving into like power hour, they have a higher probability of breaking up. And then like drawing wedges on intraday price action on GME is just fucking pointless. But if we get a bounce here and find another floor, we can reassess and see if we're forming like a descending wedge. Oh, it is. It's absolutely useless. But it's good on days like this where we expect buy pressure. You can to some accuracy track breakouts. Our volume's still really just the problem is most of the time, and also today, is that our volume is too low for these like trend analysis to be reliable. The only place I've found trend analysis to be remotely reliable on GameStop is like on very long time frames when you can try to capture the trend of a lot of volume. But that's led, that initially led to, a lot of the research that we did into why we saw, these trends playing out. So without seeing I wouldn't say technical analysis is useless on GameStop. It's just useless for doing what technical analysis is used for most often, which is tracking intraday or shorter time frame trends. Tesla, he just likes to get my opinion on Tesla throughout the day. I mean, it looks like it's kind of just tracking the market, right? Or the market's tracking it. I wouldn't say this looks overly bullish. Although, 800 could be very interesting if it were to drop that low. Left some gaps on the upside. Didn't leave any. Filled all of them on the downside earlier. So I think this is like, if you guys want an example of when gaps are most reliable, it's these like intraday ones. Especially like the pre-market ones early in the morning. Long-term gaps, I mean, it's just, I don't know if there's really a push to fill them. Like if they just get left behind, plenty of them do. Some of them can get left behind for years before they ever become realized. So yeah, we did find that floor there at the 1850 resistance. Rowing in water machine. I have a machine. I'm not rowing in water. It's fucking freezing out. Some DJ bought my 50 AMC for $20. 50 AMC $20 CC for Friday. Bet it was a Moonwind. Gonna show him how to turn bad money into good. Tesla's weaker in SPY market today. I mean, they're gonna have a lot of correlation. When the stock is slow, can you play a game of TFT and split screen with the stock price? I don't know. I'm too excited this week to fuck around with that kind of stuff. I just row in the bathtub and pretend I'm outside. How is your bathtub in the middle of the floor, or do you just have like a little paddle? Friends don't let friends, AMC. Thanks, Robot Salad. Did you know there's a pigeon wheel tactician in TFT? I did not. Yeah, I gotta move the space pickle. Goes over here. How much volume are you expecting over the coming days? Thanks for everything you do, man. Soup to nuts. It's a good question. I don't really have a volume expectation. I imagine that if they don't have entropy swaps, they will try to avoid bumping IV as much as possible, which would lead to a low volume climb. If they do, they could just pump it. So it's a good question. I'm not sure how it's going to play out. I'm not a huge dude. I fit most nicely in most bathtubs. I don't even know what that's like. I don't remember being in a bathtub since I was like 5 years old. I just take showers. That's, you know what? I think that's going to be my first rich people goal, is to buy a bathtub big enough to fit in. And then I'll probably realize that I don't like baths. But until then, are entropy swaps still a theory, or do you have enough data to be confident that they're being used? I think we have enough data to infer they're being used, but I would want more proof in the options chain. Just get. I don't like hot tubs. They're too hot. I don't. Ew. Sometimes I imagine how you stand in front of the mirror and trim your beard. I just have clippers. I don't put a lot of effort into it. Let me know if you need help bathing. Put a 6-foot tub in my new bath and still don't use it. I want one of those things that athletes like have, where it's like you go in that chamber and it just sprays you with liquid nitrogen or whatever, however that works. Like the human ice cream maker. I don't know what they're called, but I want one. I'm not gonna like exercise or anything before I get in it. It's just like when I get hot. Not hyperbaric chambers. Yeah, that, oxygen, and a personal nurse for IVs. So I don't have to drink water anymore. Hyper bullish chamber. You're the only person I've ever known to dislike hot tubs. I dislike a lot of things, so I'm not sure why that shocks you. Do you have pool access in New York City? I could, but I'd rather not. You sound like Joe Rogan. He does all of those plus add a float tank and a sauna. I don't want either of those last two things. Hyperbolic chamber. Might as well get on a microdose of HGH for gains. I don't want to get acromyalgia. What would be the most ostentatiously rich thing you do other than yachting? Well, here's the thing. If you're truly rich, you get somebody, you get like a team to yacht your boat or do your yachting for you, and you watch from like a helicopter or the shore. Or you have like a guy with a drone that follows the boat, and you participate in yacht races. You don't self yacht. I'm not gonna drive my own fucking boat. A little more down. Warm tubs instead of hot. Shorts covered some of their DWAC, but refused to cover their GMA. So far. After MOASS, can I be your feet guy? I guess. What's a feet guy do? Do you just... Do you have a pumice stone? Someone wrote about Putin DRSing parts of the Ukraine. Funny, it needs to be mentioned. I read the comment. How come you weren't able to get much sleep? I don't know. I was just up late. I don't sleep a lot. Will the Deleter's Country Club have a Japanese-style Sento communal bathing area so that we can bathe with the Dans? No, I'm not bathing with the Dans. No one's bathing. The Dans will have their own bathing area. You know what a feet guy does. You know, if I didn't interact intentionally with the weirdest parts of chat, we'd have so many more people in here. Any thoughts on dupes? Maybe carousing price increases in the past and not as much as OPEX? No. You're my yeet guy. Thanks. I mean, you're talking about very different things, Trash. Would you say that if they found a counterparty and were already in OPEX window, that it's not as good for immediate price action, but a great sign that their position is in trouble? Yes. Ooh, look at this. They're doing bigs. Big push. Dan's bathe? Of course. You think after MOASS, I'll one day get to breathe the same air as you? What does that mean? Like, you want to be locked in a room with me? That's weird, dude. That's how you could get contagious diseases. Don't actively breathe other people's air. Why is retail selling? Because MOASS. No, no one's fucking selling. This is just shorting. I've done the deprivation tank a few times. The first time I fell asleep while floating. Since then, I can't shut off my brain and just look forward to the time being up. Interesting. Carly Ray? I didn't, Mikos. They have the audacity to short on Tuesday, T plus Tuesday. The Dooms were doing the same day as OPEX in the past 3 cycles. What? The Dooms were all in January, June, and January. They're just volatility hedges. They don't do anything. They're not like special. They have no delta value. It's not like they're exercising far out of the money puts. What's the deal here at OPEX? Yeah, we're within the OPEX window. But today's only the first day of it. Are they borrowing shares right now that we can see? I'm not sure. Fidelity down a little bit and IBKR down. Yeah. So about 47,000 shares borrowed. I was told 1,000 likes equal MOASS. Well, we're way above that. Almost at 1,500 now. I don't know why people are so focused on them. Like, the reasoning behind them has been explained, and there's been, mathematic validation that those are the exact call or puts they would have to buy in order to hedge a variance swap. Like, why is the explanation that makes mathematical and logical sense so quickly dismissed for the one that's just like super bullish for no reason? I mean, the bullish takeaway from deep out of the money puts is that there's massive interest in GameStop variance, right? In your opinion, what is the benefit for them to wait further into the T+2 window to cover Putin full on invades Ukraine and fucking causes the market to dip? That's what I'd be waiting for. The emotional investor. I sent some charts. Oh, I like charts. What do we got? Exciting things? Are they bullish? Ooh, what we got here? Open interest, call V put. Call interest X. Is this XRT? What am I looking what am I looking at the call interest on? Is that XRT call interest? So we closed at 130 today? It's possible, yeah. No, it's GME. Ooh. I mean, I like it. Jesus fucking Christ, people are loaded up. Feb 25th call interest is 69%. Feb 4, 63, 64, 68, 65. Freaking all the way out into like May, June. That's bullish as fuck. I'm gonna open that. Look at this shit. We got Feb, March 4th, March 11th, 18th, 65. Look at this rate of change. Someone's fucking loading up. Huh. Cool. What's up, Gaff? um, I see all the. Dude, that's crazy. That's a lot. Has it been that significant in the last like 2 quarters? Anywhere near that significant? How far back do you have data? Let's look at some historical shit. Fuck the future. This is the stock market. Feb 420 is 69%. No, Feb 25 is 69%. I'm gonna put that shit in the daily. And that looks good, right? It's a double bottom. I like it. That's the open interest. Jesus, they're bailing on puts so hard. This is these are all this data is from Turd, by the way, guys. Yeah, look at the fucking drop in put interest. Oh, I mean, that's also because the deep out of the money puts were closed. That's why we see that big fall off, right? Because this is the yearly. So these are those like out of the money, like those variance positions being closed out on the volatility. We haven't had the volatility for them to need to rehedge at that range, right? Important to mention that orange equals put OI, blue equals call OI. Oh, I thought that was inherent. I mean, call OI is increasing, but not at the same rate that put OI is dropping. If you here, this is, and the one that I just showed you guys before, the first one, that was showing a big increase in call OI. But here's the other one he has. Uh, so you see call OI is ramping up. Hold on, I can zoom out a little more on this. I know skew's bullish right now, so it appears to be decreasing in the last graph that you showed. No, it's increasing. That's put OI is decreasing. Put OI is the orange. You explain the difference between OI and volume. Volume is the amount of trades transacted on a strike. OI is the number of open contracts or open interest. The last chart I should have dates through 2023. There's options open in 2023. January 2023 call options are open. It's part of the open strikes. This is the first 3 hours of the OPEX window. Oh, I would decrease when positions are closed, either expired or exercised. Mr. Super Chat? Oh, shit. Afternoon, Gurk. How are you today, sir? Me, you ask? Okay. I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking, Trina. Sorry I missed that. I didn't see it pop up. SPY at a daily low, and yet we are not. GameStop more like GameFlop today. Am I right? I mean, it's just doing its thing. I'm not concerned right now. We're we're doing better than the market a little bit, so that's cool. In your opinion, do you think we see XRT recovery this week? I think like next week and the week after, moving into like the futures rollover, and then also moving into XRT's ex dividend date. Because if they have all these outstanding shares to the ETF, they want to cover them before the dividends do, right? It's not a hype day. It's a hype window. It's 3 days of hype, Rasma. 3 hype days, not 1. Don't try to diminish the amount of hype by consolidating it into 1 day. Don't short our hype, you meanie. See, that's how this shit always starts. Is everyone's like, no offense to you, Rasma, but like it always starts with people being like, "Oh, that was it," but it's not. Like they did that in fucking November too, and August. Like an hour into the day, everyone was like, "Ah, this is bullshit. It's over. It's all failed. Nothing's happened." I've waited months for today. I'll take 3 days of hype. Thank you very much. Thanks, Justin. This you should vote me. I leave power good. Thank you. If you vote me, I'm hot. What? Weeklies, they'll be higher, son. The Democratic vote for me is right thing to do. Gherkin it, so do. Okay. What is fregulum? It's like the stuff that you like frags leave behind when they sit somewhere. What's up with my favorite BlackRock employee? How's GME treating us today? Just joining for lunch. You know, it's doing better than the market. A little tiny bit. So I'm pretty stoked. Weekly for 120. Say the price started up to 130 today. Would you sell and roll out at end of day or just hold until later this week? I mean, once you have a weekly contract that's like $10 in the money, isn't going to experience nearly as much theta decay as an out of the money weekly contract would, right? Not to spoil the ending for everyone, but we're gonna fucking rip. Shh. Just wait for it. Let it wash over you. Should I buy Feb 25Cs? They're basically not a good idea. I mean, you can. I can't stop you. Do whatever the fuck you want with your money, but I think they're risky. Ugh. 1.68% of last week's action works out to 31,000 shares, bought shares. Do you think Apes bought 31,000 shares last week? Maybe. Seems excessive. But yeah, not last week. Maybe the week before it was cheaper. Shares per day. Oh yeah, no. My mind, my body, my soul, and my pickle are ready to rip hard, Poppy. Riku. Thanks, WeBull. Um, somebody was buying some fucking shares the last couple weeks. I don't know if it was retail, but someone was buying. People were loading the fuck up. It's just, I mean, most likely institutions. Mikey Zopo, thank you so much, dude. That wasn't Apes buying new shares. That was just Moonwind unpaper handing. I mean, we do know that someone bought like 6,000 shares last week. But in one day. Could we please get a fanboys merch shop button on the stream window? I just want some juicy drama. If you want juicy gherkin based drama, I'm sure that you can just check out the Reddit like the Super Stonk Discord. That seems to be where they all hang out. Good time to go long on Nvidia. What's it priced at right now? Maybe not. Mm. I feel like 220 ish is a better entry and reasonable. Yeah, I have mostly March 18s. If you're looking for juicy non-gherk based non-drama, the dance has some free slots tonight. Biden speaking at 15 minutes. Spy drop incoming. We'll see. Stream is ruining my work ethic. You've been in here for like 8 months. Longer. We better run so I can buy Elden Ring. Is Spy ever going to go up again? Probably. LMT rally in 15 minutes? Maybe. Sad question. If I buy 100 shares of Jimmy Corp. Is that a head and shoulders on the Spy daily time frame? I don't know, you tell me. What do you think? I mean, it looks like one, right? But it's like already broken back down. So the question here is, does it bounce? Or are we gonna fall back down to the like 420 resistance? Also, it's driving me nuts that this line is on the 1 hour and we're actually nowhere near it. But on the one, like, why can't WeBull scale these fucking properly? This resistance is at like 115. Not here. Can you stream Biden? It's gonna stir up so much shit. Because people can't separate money from politics. I wouldn't call. I mean, it's not having a good day, but down 1% isn't exactly falling off a cliff. Just watch for the spy drop and Vic spike, and you'll know he's talking. They do go hand in hand, but everybody starts with their fucking political ideology bullshit in the fucking chat. And then politics does what it does best, which is breed division. Do you think a heavy drop right now before OPEX would affect that action any? I'm kind of hoping for GME to quickly fall off a cliff before a run to try to shake people, and I can get a discount. We'll see. How does a squeeze on the VIX work? VIX goes up bigly. I love the questions like, do you still think the thing you've been thinking for 3 months now that a few hours have passed and no MOASS? Those are my favorite. I just few SPY put credit spreads. I'm working on rolling them out. Sometimes my brokerage wants more collateral with the order. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Do they want more collateral? I mean, yeah, there's always buying the dip means that, you know, you prevent the improved realization of value, right? If you're only buying at 100, right, and you're not willing to buy higher than GameStop's worth 100, that's how things are evaluated in the market, and like fair market value is, you know, realized. I genuinely feel bad for anyone who still firmly believes in political structures or politicians in general. All they are there to do is create divisions between the working class. Everyone, don't fall prey to their nonsense and bullshit. Only big greens, no more red or blue. Riku. Thanks to Updown Disciple. I'm all about big greens. Prometheus Johnson for president. I mean, probably because it's more expensive, and so you need more margin. A woman just waved at me. I think she likes me. Did you ask her for feet pics yet, Velvet? Huge IJH volume candle out of nowhere at 1250. 160,000. Cool. Do you have any reaction videos from any of the last spikes? No, because it's lame. That's okay, trash. I was behind on chat. It's my own fault. J-Pow for president. Stefan for chairman of the Fed. Dude, I'd vote for J-Pow. Well, no, then he wouldn't have any power, right? I'd rather he stay chairman of the Fed. False alarm, she was flipping me off. Why did Feb and May runs last so much longer than T+2 OPEX runs for those respective quarters? Could we see something similar here? Maybe. We'll find out. But I will say up front, more obligations. Way, way, way more obligations. Are we going to test 130 today? Maybe. Back then. We're more illiquid now. That's the difference, right? Is it takes far fewer obligations now to create relatively similar price movements. Thanks, increased volatility and wider bid-ask spread. I feel like that's been one of the hardest things to explain to people this whole time, is like the effect of illiquidity on the stock. If nothing happens this cycle, next cycle in May, if nothing happens this cycle, I would have not a lot of confidence in another cycle happening in May. That would just be nothing happens for a while. I mean, we could see exposure in May, but I mean, if the one fully reliable window of short-term growth on GME does not occur, then I think a lot of things need to be reassessed. Does your channel's chat shadow ban curse words? I don't think it shadow bans them, but it just like it won't print your message. What makes you think covering will be done today? Isn't the last day tomorrow, Thursday? They generally do wait till the last minute, but only because most of their obligations are cash settled. So if they were settling their obligations by buying shares, they would be doing it all along. But those ETF obligations are likely cash settled. Or at least the timing of them lines up with cash settlement, which is, I mean, the most we can derive from that information, right? Back for 1269. Thanks for waiting for me to run the stack. No problem, man. No poops until MOASS. Cool. So if they're waiting for the last minute, then we could see price improvement tomorrow starting at 2 p.m. We could see price improvement Thursday, 15 minutes before close. Thoughts on them waiting to the last possible minute, hoping for Russia to invade and tank the market? I mean, strategically, that makes sense, right? But I think it's more of a question of who's waiting than like who's doing the buying than and what's their incentive. Wouldn't that spike IVD hard? Yeah, it would. I saw a news article about GME FTDs surged 1,350% in the second half of January. Interesting. Can you send it to me? Jaunt 3 Pro? Like, I know GME FTDs are going up, but we didn't have any data past 215. I mean, historically, wars have caused a slight dip in the market and then a recovery. It's almost like a sector shift because big money repositions. Stand by the gray stone when the thrush knocks, and the setting sun with the last light of Durin's day will shine upon the keyhole. Then we run. I love it. What are you guys arguing about? I don't want to get involved. Just got out of a hellish 2-hour work meeting. Did I miss anything important? I get paid tomorrow, so I'm happy no matter what happens. Well, I'm sorry that you had to go through the meeting. Nothing important's happened though. I think Biden's doing a chit chat in a minute. Are you gonna watch the Biden address? No. I'll just get the notes or just watch the market. I'll know if what he says is good or bad right here. I don't need to watch it on the news. Did you get the link? No. Where did you send? You have to send it to me on Discord. You can't send links on the YouTube. Jaunt 3. Super Stonk debunked it. Sorry, man. I wish I could. Oh, it's not me. I'd like to look at the incon the fuck? Hold on. I'd like to determine how inconclusive it is myself, though. Right? Um, I'm going to say this pretty clearly. I don't care about your political views or which politician you root for or which billionaire is your favorite. Pandering to the power elite is disgusting. So leave it out of the chat, please. Yeah, we can pander to JPal, but that's because he just makes stocks go up. That's different. What kind of chair do you have? It's a Staples something, and it's a piece of shit. Don't buy it. It's not comfy. It's the fucking worst. It's use. I hope to soon be my own favorite billionaire. I hope I do not disappoint myself. Yeah, I should probably get like a Herman Miller or something. I don't know. I ordered that chair and then it never came. And then it took them months to refund my money. And now I'm just like, I don't know. I went to buy one the other day and then I just went to bed instead. I, I don't like buying things. Unless it's stocks. Like I don't like buying things that I can't sell for more money later. I should yeah. That's the other problem. Yeah, I agree. Trash. Then you own things, which is just ugh. No, I don't watch anime. Ban Moonwind until he resubscribes and delivers you a Titan XL. Can he resubscribe if I ban him? Buy a chair from GameStop to support the company. Even if you don't really like the chair, buy it to support the company. I don't understand that line of logic. So buy something I don't want from GameStop to support GameStop? You know, someone like DM'd me a gift card for GameStop to give out on stream like 3 months ago, and I totally fucking forgot about it. Shit. Well, that's poop. I just remembered that. I don't know where the fuck the link is. Wait, hold on. Maybe I can find it. It's not a lot, but it'd be cool to give it away, I guess. If I could fucking find it. Ah, son of a bitch. Hmm. What? I don't think you understand how gift cards work, Daniel Mushrush. No, I just made farty noises with my mouth. You can go back and check and confirm. Do you want to borrow one of my personal assistants? I don't. I want to find this gift card. Should have like screenshot it or something. Maybe I did. Hold on. Never mind. Fuck it. This isn't worth $10. Hold on. I'll just like buy another one and give it away tomorrow or something. This one can just. This one will just disappear. It wasn't on Discord. Someone messaged it to me on Reddit. I don't know if I can search Reddit chat. I don't think you can. There's no like search feature. It's just a piece of shit. Yeah. I mean, the company's already received the benefit of the gift card, right? Like that's just $10 in the fucking bank. I remember. I'm taking a shot for every time you say I don't care. Come off indifferent, perceivably unbiased, or objective behind publicly available data. You're gonna get drunk quick, man. I mean, it wasn't even from, it was just like some dude on Reddit reached out. He was like, hey, I got this $10 gift card. It'd be cool if you gave it out on stream. And I was like, yeah, that would be cool. And then I forgot completely about it. And now I feel sort of bad. Speaking of forgetting things, don't forget to cancel your Pigeon Whale subscription. Oh. What's today's date? We'll aim for it again next month, trash. Fucking knew it was gonna work like that. I mean, I guess I've technically internalized it. Maybe that person's watching the stream and they're like, that was me. And then they'll reach back out to me with the information. Is Biden saying bad things? I don't know. I doubt it. It hasn't started yet. Seems like someone has an idea of what he's gonna say. Or this is a bear trap? Well, if I was gonna use it myself, I wouldn't have told anybody about it, right? I would have just been quiet and been like, haha, free GameStop money. I bought that fucking Switch at GameStop and I still haven't used it. I used it for like 3 days and it's just sat there for months. The link, how about now? Oh, there we go. I mean, that doesn't seem inaccurate. It's just, he's just stating it as a percentage. It's just not a very significant quantity. I mean, his math is correct. I don't know what else to say about it. If you use the gift card for a new chair, then we all benefit benefit from it instead of just one of us. Well, I don't have the gift card, so I can't use it for anything. I highly doubt GameStop has any chairs that I would want to buy. But I'll look. What's the Mavix? That looks cool. I'm just gonna sort by most expensive. That's probably how I find the best one, right? I like this Mavix chair, but I don't know anything about it, and it has no reviews. It also just seems like overpriced. Like, why is it so much money? Does it jerk you off while you're sitting in it? I don't know. No, OPEX is the OPEX expiration was last week. So OPEX, yeah, the whatever was going to be in the money for OPEX is already locked in. We finally found the person that sorts by most expensive. Oh man, I just don't even want to look at my own general chat anymore. Bull trap, but like a shitty one. S values always use steel case leap. I used to have a steel case. I don't like them. After MOASS, are we still campaigning to make bicycles illegal on city streets? I'm in. I'm tired of them being in the way of my car. It's worse than pedestrians. Atrix is GameStop house brand. Nice chair. It's not called Atrix. It's called Mavix. I have no interest in the other ones. They look shitty. But I like this one. Well, New York City is kind of a different scenario than a lot of places with bicyclists because so many of the delivery drivers ride bikes and they do insane shit like just run red lights or ignore all the laws of traffic. They just don't fucking care at all as long as they're getting wherever they need to be as quickly as possible. And so it's not like a standard scenario, you know, where they're just kind of like in the lane and annoying. They're just actively trying to get run over. So that's my issue primarily with bicyclists. Is that they're supposed to also follow the rules of the road and they just don't. No, yeah, they do get hit all the time. But that's because they do shit like run red lights. Stressless chairs are certified by the American Chiropractor Association. I don't think you're selling me on them the way you think you are. What about people wearing Heelys? I mean, you just stop and respect their right to do whatever the fuck they want. If you rode a bike for DoorDash, you'd be trying to get run over too. That's fair. I've had my car hit by bicycle. Like I've been at a full stop and had bicyclists run into my car 10 or 12 times in New York. How long ago did Fidelity cost to borrow go up? This morning, 0.25%. And Seattle cops are using radar guns on cyclists. The cyclists are going 40 and a 25. They all got tickets. I celebrated that evening. That's all I want. I just want an equivalency, right? I just want bicyclists to have to follow the rules of the road, and I want them to insure their bikes. Like they should have to carry insurance if they're going to get in accidents with other vehicles. Remember when we sat around for 10 months on YouTube waiting for MOASS and they think this is the day we'll give up? Just let go, shorty. Just let go. I remember that. You're the Putin of cycling. I don't know what's going on with the Biden speech. I don't care. But this inverse head and shoulders looks nice. Unless it's just a fake. You gave up before June, Gaff? I thought you remained at least bullish through June. Yeah, don't bullshit me. You were bullish. You were bullish right into the share offering. Internalization at 99%. This is weird. What? Turd, dark pool volume? By any chance? If you're around? Jimmy open interest by strike. Ooh, fancy. Where are you making these charts? I want this program, this chart program that makes these fucking neon charts. That's sexy as fuck. Can you give this program to JFresh? Why are they so pretty? Fuck you. Dark pool volume at 58%, odd lots 52% of total volume. Block trades 12.2. Okay. Show the charts. Ugh. So this is our dark pool volume. Right now, 48.5. This is what we're looking at. Open interest by strike. For 225 for this Friday. I wish you'd gone a little further out of the money, Turd. Ooh, that could be useful. Thank you. I've had a very busy day. Did I miss anything important? Not yet. I mean, those are in the money strikes. What's relevant? I'm thinking about we hit 250 this week. That's fucking bullish. I mean, retail is like most retail orders are odd lots, but that doesn't mean anything. Oh, what kind of we expecting this week? Up. Expect to go up. I wrote a big DD on it yesterday. You can go check it out. They don't find an entropy swap. What happens? More shorting into the ground? No, just slower covering. They want to clear it is beneficial to clear the obligations. So it is to their advantage to clear out these obligations. They don't want to avoid it, right? They just want to clear them out so they can do shorting again. Is Putin invading the Ukraine to try to get us to crash our own market? Maybe. It did take a while to write. 6 hours or something. Yeah. That's correct, Gav. Thanks, John. Is now a good time to point out all the grammar issues of the post? Well, I wrote most of it in the middle of the night while arguing with Gaff about New Jersey, so I guess just write me up and edit JFresh, and then I can go fix it. It's not like an op-ed piece in the Times though. I really don't care. Can we create a prayer thread on the Discord for those of us holding weeklies? Why? God's not going to print your calls. I drove through there once. You stayed up late for New Jersey. Gross. I drove through there once, and it's so toxic they won't let you touch the gas pumps. Nice, dude. Why can't the US just start exporting energy to the EU? We've got stuff that we can sell them. And now we can charge more. Yeah, just fucking throw a hose over there. We can send them our wind. Super Shock says FTD is at 1,350%. No, that's hyperbolic. You don't want your stink energy. Biden can export all the methane from South Jersey. Do you expect higher than 40% IV spike? No, not really. Stop trying to get me to confirm your bias. It's not gonna work. What's dark pool volume looking like? About 48%. The author admits to not knowing. I mean, he's right. From one day to the next, FTD's increased by 1,350%. He could have chosen a more interesting data point. There's ones that are even greater, but yeah, it's ignoring the scope of FTD increase and clearing. The 40% is near the money, correct? Yeah. It's an increase, 40% increase in IV30, which is the at the money IV for 30 days till expiration. Further, extrinsically valued calls are more sensitive. So calls at either end, calls and puts at either end are have higher IV. What expiry are the majority of your options in March 4th? No, March 18th. I have March 4ths, but not as many. Is it typical for most stocks? It's high. It's been higher. I think the other day we hit like 60 something percent dark pool volume. You play Power Hour song on every green candle. No. VIX holding above 30 is not bullish. Why March 18th? Far enough out that if nothing happens, I can sell them and recoup some of my losses without experiencing too much theta decay. We were making fun of New Jersey. Don't worry about it, Gaff. Are you accepting applications for more stream music? I don't. If you want to make something, I don't care. Did you say recoup? No. God damn it. Did you get into your marches 2.7 pre 2.8? Yeah, I got into a lot of them after January 26th and before Feb 1st. And then I have ones that I got into on that second dip. I'd say that most of the rest of them came from the second dip. And then when we ran up to 130 and the news about the Ukraine came in, I dumped the like the in the money, like the hundreds, the 110s, and 120s. Most of the 120s. I kept about half. So I still have 120, 130, 140, 150s. I have 160s, 180s, 200s, 220s, 240s, 260s, 300s, 320s, and 510s. I mean, they definitely aren't covering anything significant today. So this looks like we're gonna be trading into this dip into the late afternoon and then coming back up, maybe, unless the market tanks. What's the significance of such low volume today? We're at 1 million. It's almost 2 o'clock. And nothing. It's not significant. It's not super significant. Gurk, I'm begging you, please tell Philly isn't real. Like Philadelphia? It's a real place. DDS getting rocked. Yeah, see, this is the issue with massive illiquidity, right? Is that, like, you know, it was 270 in the pre-market and now down to 220, 228. This is the downside of you know, too much too wide of a bid ask spread. And the bid ask spread's like almost $2 on this right now. But you know, with only 300,000 volume traded today, the price has taken a $50 dump from its pre-market high. This is probably why market makers have no desire to write contracts on this fucking stock, because it went from 240. Like, look at this shit. Let's go out to the 1 hour. So it went from 240 Friday at close, and then on 31, 14. So like 1,500 volume, it went up to 1,500 shares traded. It went up to 272. And then on 300,000, it's gone down to 230, 228. So it's had a, let's see, 30 up, 40 down. It's had a $70 price fluctuation more. No, sorry. It's 30 up, and now it's at 272. Went up 28. Right? No, 32. It went up 30. Oh, it went up $34. And then down $54. So an $88 price fluctuation on 300,000 volume. That's fucking crazy. So what you're saying is if everybody bought 1 share of DDS. My daughter needs life-saving surgery my family can't afford. What date should I YOLO the rest of our life savings into? I'm desperate, bro. Please help. I don't think gambling your life savings on options is the right way to go about that, man. That sounds like money you can't afford to lose, and I feel like there's better avenues to pursue. I hope it's a joke too, but well, yes, this is totally normal price action. Even if OPEX like OPEX plays out, like there's no guarantee of how that position is going to be managed, right? There's a lot of other outstanding risk besides just, stock go up and make money. Like, ooh, that was interesting. What was that? Big volume. That was a big volume. VIX over 30 is good for Jimmy, right? We'll find out. If they don't run this earlier in the week, surely this exposes them to degens gambling on cheap weekly options at the end of the week. Yeah. Big volume dark pool print. It's probably like a straddle or something like that, like a big options position getting hedged. Or a conditional order to stop a short. Who knows? How rip OPEX? OPEX carries on past today. Most OPEX dates ran on Wednesday or Thursday, or Tuesday or Wednesday. There was a holiday this week. Everything's offset one day. I'm getting excited. I'm full bull, baby. Let's go weird market activity. All right. What would be 100% nail in the coffin? Making shorts close their positions, a share recall by large institutions. Wouldn't covering today or tomorrow be most beneficial to them so that they can short by the end of the week to stop options FOMO? Yeah. So Dr. Jimbal's T plus 69 DD made me understand how more GME shares can be created than contained in an ETF because you can fill a pipeline of fails over time. Also, just because creation allows for that. Yeah, it'd have to be all of them simultaneously, which could happen in a market crash if they want to sell. or a massive institutional buying, like a giant order, like at market order. Like if someone just came in and bought a couple of million shares of GameStop, that could really fuck the system up. So what if apes started a large institution? Then we're gonna start playing by different rules, right? Institutions behave the way they do because they're incentivized to do so. Probably it could be pricing in, it could be like trying to generate fear before the speech. I mean this it's mostly just down, right? Like this doesn't look good at all. I think it's beneficial for them to burn. Their best bet is to just burn all the weeklies, right? Grind the theta out and then run the stack. I mean that's probably why we saw them run it on Wednesdays so often before, right? Is because people FOMO in Monday morning and then eat theta loss for 2 days. So most of them sell their contracts by like late Tuesday and then they run it Wednesday. Do anything ever happen with the SEC meme stock announcement a week or so ago? I don't think so. There wasn't like an announcement so much as they were just like talking about how they're pushing forward new transparency rules. Jokes on them. I've been eating theta for months now. It's delicious, isn't it? I lost my mortgage last month on the options you said to buy, but I don't think I knew what I was doing. Please help for the next time. What date should I buy? My daughter really needs this. I trust you, bro. That sounds shilly as fuck, man. I'm not gonna lie. If there's something really wrong with your daughter, I hope you are able to find the help that you need for her. But if you're gambling money that you can't afford to lose, you're breaking rule number one about all of this. Trade Spotting says he gets messages like this a lot. I mean, that sounds like a gambling addiction or problem, and these people should seek help. But I'm not the one that's gonna be able to help them. I'm gambling money I can't afford to lose. Well, that's dumb. VIX gonna go parabolic. It's holding. Shills are out. I quit my job, sold my house, dog, and kidneys, both of them, to buy 5100 DTEs. Please help. I sold the cover calls to the guy who lost his mortgage and has a sick daughter, but here's $3 of it. I'm on my break even on my VIX call yet. I'm still down. Huh. Thoughts on DDS smashing earnings but going down hard? They make so much money. All their previous earnings have been positive. Also, insiders just keep buying more of it. Jesus Christ, trading's like halted on the spot. What the fuck is going on? Ooh, volume. Where's all the liquidity, JPal? I lost my job watching your stream instead of working. Are you less confident about MOASS than you were pre-January? In the ability for this cycle to create MOASS, yeah. I don't think options FOMO was nearly high enough. High, but not high enough. And we can still see a good run though. I imagine your friend is losing his magic. The only thing that will help is for Jimmy to cover OPEX obligations violently. Please advise which calls to buy ASAP. Carlton's magic depends on it. You familiar with the wheel strategy? Would it even work in a bear market? I mean, yeah, selling theta is usually pretty decent if everything's kind of flat. Bear market, not so much, but like at the bottom. If everything's going down, it's not great. Because you'll just constantly get assigned on your CSPs. And then you'll be, you know, selling them at price points that are not going to get, like, you're not going to get called away. But yeah, if it stagnates, it's very good. They're also good in bull markets. It's like a good strategy in bull markets as well. I can't believe you canceled the streaming of Moana. I haven't. If you have enough capital and you can take on the risk. I mean, you can trade the wheel on anything, but it's expensive. Is there an inverse strategy for bear markets? Buy puts? And a bear market's a declining market, right? So yeah, you just play the downside. 30 trillion in debt with 28 trillion profit market. Something is off. VIX 31 and climbing. Ooh. Fuck. That's interesting. Yeah, this is partially filled, but filled quantity 0. What the fuck? Huh. Strange. It's my birthday. Why couldn't we have some upward movement? I'm taking it very personally. Listen, just be happy that we're mostly not super fucking down. Be happy you don't own AMC. Estimated 40 missiles were fired from Russia at Ukrainian troops. Whoa. That's a lot of missiles. The fact that you didn't predict World War III when considering OPEC cycles means you were a shill. I know. Why should we go down hard? If the fucking market tanks. Until GME hit 100% utilization, they were knocking it down like 15% a day versus the SPY's 3%. They're nowhere close now. Ugh. Is this a communist stream? It's a stock stream. It couldn't be further from communism. That's my favorite thing on Super Stonk. When people are like, how dare you make money in this stock Reddit? I'm very excited about my VIX futures right now. I hope VIX goes to the moon. The question is, how are you doing, DV? I'm doing great. Bear trap on SPY setting up? Could be. Capitalizing on capitalism. You really did beautifully nail it in reply to that one guy when you called out his own doubts in MOASS and that their stance is you can only be greedy on our terms. Yeah. Greed and fear. It's everything that we're doing here. That's how the market works. It's an oversimplification, but it's accurate. Yeah, I'm not sure what fear of greed is. Trimmed estimate average is at 9.4 million. That's lower than I expected. Pretty much, even if your goal is, I want to make enough money to survive, that's seeking income because your fear of being homeless, right? Greed. Greedy, greedy, greedy. I appreciate you letting the haters go like water off a duck. The sudden ramp and hate on Pickles is pretty intense. Did you hear your own corp hired shills? That'd be rad if so. No, I didn't. They're pretty cheap. Their hiring of shills is minimal at best. I mean, like, all they've been able to afford so far is Gaff, and he's fucking terrible at it. Was Ryan Cohen greedy or smart? Are we any different? He was both. He was smart to be greedy. So was DFV. This is true. I slept through the training where they told me not to admit that I'm a shill. It's backfired. You'll never convince me that people picking out their yachts and Lambos are in this for greed. I know. Mix up to 31. Market bleeding red. Market turning around a little bit here. Greed is the mind killer. Wait, fear is the lime thriller. After MOASS, I won't be greedy. I'll share pictures of my wealth on my dating profiles. Like, some of it's just like boats. Sue me about it. For sure. I mean, no matter what angle you take it from, greed is there, right? If you bought GameStop for MOASS, that's greed. If you bought GameStop to destroy the financial system, that's greed. Like, that's like, nobody talks about like the death that comes from a depressed economy. Suicide rates skyrocket. People die of starvation and homelessness. Like, neither. I'm gonna dance because I'm a greedy fuck. I love it. I'm gonna dance like there's no tomorrow. No, people are gonna make millions and then be greedy with it, like all people that make millions, or they won't and they'll lose it all. Giving it all, letting it all flow right back to the people they took it from. This is about 1 million DRS shares a month. That puts us years to lock the float at the current pace, unless an insider makes a big move. And the insiders are already like, their shares are already locked up. Biden starts speech at 222. 222 22. You think Fed announced 0 rate increase due to RU? Maybe. Or continued easing. Both of those are possible. Do you believe anyone of the people on Super Stonk that say they're not in this for the money? Yeah, sure. I believe that. Do I think they're erecting their podium on like 5 shares? Maybe. But dude, my X shares are going to be worth more than the global economy. That's fear talking ultimately, right? A lot of times. That's like the fear of missing out, right? The psychology of a lot of this is very obvious. Oh my god, he started speaking at 222. I mean, that's kind of badass. I would have done it. If it was 222, 2022, and I was going to make a big speech, I would definitely wait till 2:22 p.m. That's just, I mean, no one can fault that. That's just a solid meme. Take that, Putin. Any major difference between SPY 516 W and SPY 518 quarterly? Is there only 2 days theta decay difference? Or are weeklies calculated differently? No, they're just, I mean, everything should be calculated by Black-Scholes model, if that's what you're asking. Like, the pricing isn't different on them in that regard. One is a weekly option. It's, the SPY's so liquid that you don't really need to worry about, like, quarterly versus weekly. It would have been more bullish if you waited until 7:41 p.m. You guys know today was my season 17 episode 4 DD. I swear I didn't plan it. So it was 7:41 on 2/22/22. I mean, that's just happy 7:41. No one here wants your political hot takes. Listen, Fluffy, you've only been a mod for a day. Fannie Mae tanking, housing market, FinMass. Biden for MOASS? How do you count the seasons? There's 12 episodes a season. It's completely arbitrary. I just thought 12 was a good number. I didn't want to overexhaust the production budget, so. You always say weeklies are bad, play quarterlies or leaps. So I was wondering, yeah, with the SPY, it's not so important. I mean, you have so much liquidity in the options chain there that it's very unlikely that you're going to have to worry about liquidity issues. Sanctions on 2 Russian banks, no loans from the West. Believe it or not, SPY all-time high. That's pretty serious. Yeah, the oligarchs in Russia are not going to like that. Although, do they really have their money in Russia? Or just like, is Credit Suisse managing it? Okay. Have you made money on options year to date? I picked up like 50 grand in August. I made it out of November with like 1% gains. Then I've just gotten battered ever since December. I think after I sold the in the monies on the bounce on 87 into that Friday, that I'm, well, no, because I'm down today. So I was almost break even from December, January losses, but I need a run to about 130 for to be in the money on my options position. Ignoring IV, obviously if IV spikes, that changes much quicker. The fucked up thing about August was because we were expecting a roll, like we didn't realize that there would be a failure to move the price forward into the futures date. I rolled forward a bunch, and so like my unrealized gains were far higher than 50 grand, but I ultimately walked away with only 50,000 in profits, and most of that was from earnings puts. They have to cover OPEC's exposure today. They have until Thursday. How do I become an oligarchy? Wait, you made Fluffiosa a mod? Proof there is no age discrimination at Pickle Financial. Great news for old people. Any thoughts on OPAD earnings tomorrow? Solid growth and Zillow out as iBuyer. Options dirt cheap. I really don't know anything about it. This looks good. I'd like some volume to back it up. Whoop. Gonna have an interesting power hour, I think. I bought a bunch of Google shares last week. I couldn't have picked a worse time. Yeah, I would have waited a little bit. I still dream about that day in August, watching 30 calls go in the money as it just rocketed straight up. Nothing has felt the same since. I'm really chasing that high on this OPEX. That sounds like a healthy investment strategy. Chasing the high by Warren Buffett. See, Buffett really figured it out, for a degenerate YOLOer. He's figured out a way to just chase the high for years, right? Like he buys the bottom and then just for years, he's always up. Like imagine walking up to your portfolio every day and it's just bright green. They said I asked my brother for an options upgrade, my broker for an options upgrade, and they ask what my risk tolerance is. My answer will be chasing that high. First tranche of sanctions in effect. Russian investment banks and financial systems are fucked. Money's got to go somewhere. Maybe we'll get a taste of that sweet, sweet liquidity. Stamp for that sound. I'm not clipping that. If you missed it, you lost out. Wait, Dan Almighty, what happened? None of my comments are showing up. I can't even at myself. I just want my 9-month membership flex back. I'll check after the stream, Daniel, and make sure that you weren't like banned or something. There's also just like probably all the hate watchers are just in here reporting people for shit. So be prepared for that. I don't even know how you avoid that. How do you avoid that? There's no way. I wonder how many hate watchers I've turned, you know, into like just fans. Like I wonder what my conversion rate is on hate watchers. Like how many have been fooled by my wiles and charisma? Hate fans. I want the statistics on it. You turned me from a fan into a hate watcher. I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I think I'm finally ready for you to put me on the quant team. I don't think this is an opportunity that you want to let slip by. What say you? No. I'm going to let it slip. It was a good attempt, Stefan. I was an indifferent watcher, and now I can sometimes stand being around you. Here's the thing, though. You know, if you're watching and you like me or hate me or you're indifferent, you're still watching me. Rent free, baby. I commented VUP on your daily Reddit post and downvotes like crazy. You must be doing something right. I've learned loads of info from you that I mostly would have never learned. Thanks to the infotainment. You got it, Colorado Kev. Hey, if you're in Colorado, can you get my fucking chair back from Moon? Just saying. What do you think you get so many donations? They have to get their voices across somehow. My favorite is like shilly donations. That's the one that I love the best. Like, let me pay this shill grifter money so I can protect his viewers from him. Like, when's that ever fucking worked? I think you underestimate how little I want to be doing my actual job. You should come work at BlackRock, Gaff. Once you can get over giving Larry Fink daily foot massages, I mean, the benefits are amazing. Kenny's just never going to treat you that well. Donation wave incoming. Don't do that. Is it only petition to unban Koala? No. Failed. Petition denied. Tell him to go lick some more toilet seats. You're a shill grifter, and I bet you won't answer this one question. Does put cost same like shares? Puts are cheaper. Puts are cheaper than shares. Put their piglet in my jar. Gurk sucks. Go away and save yourselves. Thanks, shilly donations, TM. Bye. Thank you. Hate watching you. Beware, everyone. Thanks, JC. I mean, you've said it from day one, right? You forget the people that pay to make you laugh. Thanks, Lentil. Do you at least take the quant team out for team building lunches? No. Thinking of going freelance show, you know, but there's no security in that, Gaff. Then you're just at the whim of the fluctuations of the shill market. We all know that people behind the donations are just multiple personalities of Kenneth C. Griffin. Just call him Cordell. He has to get his tax write-off somehow, and a copy of the Constitution wasn't enough. People indeed pay to make you laugh, except for me. I'm broke. Thanks for an additional month of membership, Cool Daddy. It's just Girk donating to himself to wash money in tax harvest. It wouldn't be worth it. Are CSP same like call share puts? Ooh. CSP same like call share puts. I'm trying to think of a logical like link between this. I want it to be true. Why do you think I'm broke? You didn't buy enough HNT? Or you overheld it? You tell me. I'm better than the hate watchers. I'm the only one in this community who hate offered to come help you move and was ready to come do it. I appreciate that, a user. Is CC same as sell shares at ask? No. Well, sort of, but no. Only if you get assigned. Didn't buy enough in this membership. Thank you, Carl. I'm only subscribed to keep your power on and for the food hacks. Thanks, Bluefire. The food hacks they're good when they pop up. Have you checked the options chain recently in Shift? No, but I know what it is. It's just super bullish. People wildly piling into weekly calls and March 11s. July 15 130s sold? Those might be sold. Hold on. Oh, it's just one. Wait, no, 511. That's interesting. Flat. Works for me, man. Larry Fink. For those previous comments, you'll be rubbing my feet right after the squash game this afternoon. No shower. As long as I get to wear gloves. Are there any notable upcoming dates with GME? Right now, today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Notable. No glove, no love. No gloves, it ruins the feeling. Do you think Putin has ever shopped at GME? I don't know. What's your opinion on PC labs being tested? I don't have one. March 4th 150 call is gonna print. I hope. Is your question update on Reddit just to say that you don't know why it started going up? No, it was just the uncertainty surrounding the Biden speech. Also, 222 on 2/22/22 had to mark it, right? Because of obsessive compulsion, I guess. I paper-handed Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, and Crave so I can continue to diamond head this membership. Appreciate all the edutainment you provide, Pickle Man. Thanks, Ausnadian. I appreciate it, dude. BlackRock must be short GGPI. Why do you say that? Oh, are you guys just doing the GGPI thing again? Pfft. I wonder if short hedge funds are able to offload positions to the Russians before sanctions. No idea. Let's say accusations of crime or charges start hitting the fan. Do you think that could make lenders want to recall shares to ensure they aren't frozen by the Fed's thoughts? That's possible. Yeah, they don't want their assets frozen, so I mean, I'm sure they would know if it was coming, maybe. Daily post on SS is 65% upvoted. Is it? It's still the majority. Wow, that is the lowest I've ever seen. The shills are out in force today, or they've hired more bots. Get fucked, Kenneth Cordell. You're gonna make retail rich offloading your bags. You flaccid, pacey bitch. Do you know why? No, really though. Like there's no paid shills. Do you know why? Do you know why people are so against it, especially today? Because if we all make a shitload of money, all of a sudden options look really fucking promising, right? And some people genuinely want to protect retail investors from fucking around with options, right? Um, some people just don't want me to be right. Either way, I don't care. I'm gonna make money and move on with my life. Blanderson's on an ego trip. He always is. Tell him to write another attack piss that's thoroughly researched and contextual. No, they're not covering yet. This isn't covering. Although we just broke gamma neutral again, which is super sexy. Why do you tip your cup to drink? It has a straw. I don't know. The angle of attack is better. Like, this is weird. Whereas, like, this is better. I think most people don't understand the impact of options have on short positions, and they believe using options give them ammo. Of course, mostly all of their complaints are not backed by proof. Their proof is that fucking crazy asshole No Foxes DD that like completely ignores margin requirements from the OCC, where he just presumes that, you know, the credit gotten from the sale of a call can be leveraged 100 times over. Here's to the importance of context. Thanks, Ghostbead. The entire DD is built on a false understanding of margin requirements and systemic risk. I've provided proof of this before, but it's been ignored. You should drink from it while holding it vertically above your head like a hamster. That won't work because there is, in fact, a straw. Delta neutral, way under our current price. But who's buying? There's always a buyer. That's what the OCC guarantees. That's like a big part of their job, is to ensure a buyer and seller for every trade. There's too many. Sometimes there's just too many things to teach, and like a lot of the people that are invested in that ideology haven't been learning all along, right? They just got hung up on one idea and they're stuck with it. So they don't understand like liquidity provisions or the rules of market makers. They just see like market maker and they're like evil. But they don't understand what a market with no liquidity would look like. I know. I understand sarcasm generally. Um the net debit from margin is greater than the credit provided. You're not leveraging up your fucking credit from selling options 100 times over. The margin requirements are very clearly outlined. For CBOE, for the OCC, for NSCC, it's all there. I don't really need to. There's nothing I need to prove here. Don't waste my fucking time. Is this OPEX, or are we just coming up with the market? We're just coming up with the market. It could put pressure on, you know, the need to cover right now. But the covering hasn't occurred. I think they're waiting to see if something negative would happen with the market. There really is only one rule though, buy and hold. Yeah. If you want to get more complicated, educate yourself. Absolutely. Tell me you can locate credit. I'll wait. I mean, you want me to go apply for a credit card right now? I'll get one. I can sell an option for credit right now. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just drawing a false correlation. With OBEX covering, you're expecting some sort of gap up. Not a gap up. We can move up slowly. Apply for a credit card. That'll show us who's boss. I'm going to get the IBKR margin card. Yeah, crypto offers some nutty margin. Certain exchanges do. Moscow Exchange launches a hedging instrument for government bonds. What does this mean? What does this mean for us that are actually dumb? I have no idea. I need to see the context of the article. Why do I need to locate debt holders and their credit? Are you just like off on a rant? I was threatened to have my name written down for creating your post yesterday and was tormented just for saying I like your streams. Ignorance is bliss. Remember when you predicted positive price action today and nothing happened? S. I mean, we're up. The market's not, but we are. Turn SPY puts into 134, 318 calls on GME, up 350 on those so far. You're an inspiration to us all, and I hope I made Senpai Brad. Congrats, dude. Well played, man. I mean, you haven't explained what you're talking about. What is your implication? In detail. You've just gone off on a rant and left the subject matter behind. I know /s is the tag for sarcasm. Trash. I want to be clear. I love you, not a shill. I can't wait till I have the karma and SS to spread knowledge empowered by this stream. Thanks, Courtesy Lick. I think the way people get karma is just by putting DRS in every post that says new. Like you go to the top of new, and then you click, and then you type DRS, and then you go to the next one, and you do it again. My point is that the net debit from the transaction described in his DD, the margin debt is greater than the credit provided. You get a lot of low effort questions on trading and financial education. Is it worth having a guide linked in your doobly-doo or a sticky so you can just say RTFM? Keep on carrying on, Gary. Thanks, apostrophe Dan. Or exclamation Dan. Is that? I can't see that. How do I make this bigger? Can I make this bigger? So I can shill harder? Oh my God. Guys. I just leveled up the shill game. Yeah, he really did. He really did. That's like the grounds of the DD is that you can like sell a put for $200 and then get $20,000 of margin. $24 minutes to 2:22 p.m. Whoa. Ah. Fuck. Sorry, tinnitus. Ah. Man, that fucking hurt. Mop. Brain cancer? Could be. You don't care as long as I make it through MOASS, right? Got hit with an EMP grenade. Cornichon song? Boom. Who became a Cornichon? Koza, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Bash. I gotta go read what you said. Because you said things. Market Watch. Time to dump GameStop. Plus 0.2 outperformed by Putin. What? How'd you get tinnitus? And have you seen the method that can reduce symptoms or make it go away for some people? I'm partially deaf in this year. I don't really know how it happened, but It's not it's not significant, but every once in a while I'll get like really, really bad ringing in my ears. Or well, just that ear. It's already gone. It was just for a moment. It's not like sustained or anything. I'm sure it'll get worse as I get older. Nothing to do with that gun that went off by your head. Maybe. Sorry, we'll speak up for you if you need us to. I'll have to get my hearing aid. I don't want to talk about it. It could have been that. It could have been the fact that I was like, I spent a lot of time as a child at recording studios. And so there was like always amps around. Shit was always loud. Does it tend to happen before GME runs? I don't think so. Should get a trumpet. It's definitely not wax buildup. I'm I'm extremely persistent in removing wax from my ears. I do not like it. Were you expecting 10 million buy volume? Not necessarily. Who told you that? 122.22. Did you just draw that line on the spy? Or are you just that good? It's been there all day, man. I'm actually that good at this. $6 up on like 60K volume. Yeah. I'm into it. Good at guessing. It's pretty good at guessing the bottom part too, huh? Um, yeah, 125 could be a good target for today. What's the high on this? Hold on. I need to extend this out. One 153.02. 155. Curious. It's market magic. If OPEC's something we have to confirm if we see it, or will it be obvious? I think we need to confirm it. It could be obvious. I mean, it's likely given that they're squeezing a lot of exposure into a kind of a narrow window to cover. I just scalped 7.5K on the SPY. Nice, dude. PiFi still hasn't put up the channel banner, and I want to tear my eyes out looking at the old one. I know. It's there. I have it right here. Update the channel banner so the trash can will stop boycotting the Louvre. I forgot to mention, I love the new intro on all the clips. It's super cool. It's like not too long and annoying. It's not like a 1 minute of dubstep. Have you ever covered all of the OPEX in a single day, or is it usually a 2-day process? It's usually a multi-day process. Even if they cover the last day, the exposure from the covering carries on, right? What started happening at 2:15 p.m.? Biden gave a speech, and it was at 2:22 p.m. Nothing's wrong with dubstep. I just fucking, I don't know. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, but whenever I watch something on YouTube, if there's like a minute long fucking intro, I'm just not gonna watch the rest of the video. Since they're waiting for the last minute to cover, wouldn't the move be more explosive? Yeah. Daniel Taylor Shill, you're back. You think the SPY is about to fall into close? No. SPY looks good. This is strong. It's like recovering a little. Not a lot, but I mean, it could come back up here to like 435 end of day, maybe. Have I ever taken a minute to tell you guys about a future e-commerce powerhouse, innovator in the field of NFTs, and dying brick and mortar retailer? GameStop. It can't stop. It won't stop. Okay, now I need to clip that and send that to the GameStop marketing team so they sponsor the stream. Chill. I know. That's my ultimate dream before MOASS is to have GameStop officially sponsor this stream. If I can make that happen, I just want to watch people's heads explode. Then what's the argument? Bro, no. People long volatility just want to watch the world burn. You want to be the CFO? No. I am long volatility, T. Martin. Although I'm probably going to be closing some of that out because it's up a bunch. Can I get some chicken tenders with extra volatility, please? I think we're gonna run into close. I like this look. How the fuck are we down again for the day? What did we close out on Friday? That doesn't look right. Oh, okay. I guess we are. A little bit. Wait, that's our current trading price. Oh, okay. Have they covered OPEX in pre-market after hours before? There's been runs and after hours before they start covering. I thought we closed lower than that on Friday for some reason. This is where CNS closed for the day. Ko-Fi. AMC was always the play. Yeah. Don't laugh. That's someone's bank account. Say something bullish. It'll work. I've seen it. Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants. If I stream after MOASS, I fucked up my exit. If I close a long call for profit and go long on the same strike and expiry again the next day, is there a penalty or anything like that with a cash account? It's a wash sale unless you sold at a profit and then it's cheaper the next day. Kenny waiting in the corner with a short bedpost. We're not going to run till 2:22 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. What's up, dude? Can they cover OPEX and after hours? Sure. Not all of it, but some of it. Jimmy Snack about to strike. How upset do you think the average SS user would be tonight if RC doesn't tweet today? I don't know. What's the next target for BTC? What's BTC doing? Climbing up. There's resistance at like 38.1. Although I would say 39.3. If the head and shoulder, the inverse head and shoulders plays out. How upset would the average SS user be if you did get a GameStop sponsorship? I think most would be like, wow, that's super cool. I can see fucking Blanderson Snooper like writing his letter to the GameStop like PR department. Illinois gaming. What T plus X has not come to fruition? It's not over, dude. It's a 3-day window that they have to cover. It's not just today. They don't have to cover today. They just have to cover before Thursday. That's it. Before the end of Thursday at some point covering. Maybe you get disappointed in expectations before they've had time to come to fruition. Intraday cup and pickle. That's not a thing. Can they not cover? It's in their best interest to. I don't see why they wouldn't. Again, they want to clear out the obligations so they can do it again. It's good for them. This is not bad for the short hedge funds. If they clear out all the obligations, then they can go right back to slamming the ETFs. Just pounding them down. What's the ramifications if they don't cover? GameStop could be put on the threshold list. So I said, do you not read my DD, Smooth? Does the threshold list even do anything? On GameStop, it would. I would imagine the impact would be very significant. It would require a pre-borrow agreement for any shorting. They could still use ETF creation to sell shares, but it's limited in the amount that they can do, right? Within a certain time frame. Did you ever try the KFC Double Down? I think I had one once, yeah. Do they still make those? I haven't been to a KFC in 8-9 years. Only one way to stop the cycle, but that will not say the way. That's not true. I've clearly outlined the way. That's what's on the street. +2 EPS, rip or drop. What you think? I mean, I think it's gonna rip just because it's part of the XRT basket windmill. Although they may have covered some of that last night. It had a pretty crazy pre-market run, right? Yeah, you can go to the NYSE, just type in NYSE threshold list and then check tickers. GME on threshold and FTD rolling in would set up a situation similar to the January sneeze. Yeah. Exposing their risk in the creation process by using delta hedging against them. Rock the Grouch. Are you still not DRSing? No. If you can give me a reason that doesn't involve tweets or quarterly reports, then I'll think about it. Would a leaked video of RC and AA laughing together make you question your DD? It'd make me question everything. Is it possible they try to clear their OPEX requirements but unable to, i.e. the price goes too high? No. I don't think, I mean, with GameStop trading 1.3 million volume, an average 3-month volume of 3.15 million, I don't think there's any case to be made for illiquidity. Or illiquidity to a great enough degree that they could have, like, avoid covering or defer it. Do you stream from a dedicated room or are you in a blanket fort? It's kind of like a blanket fort. It's under my couch. Do you take a bit of joy from arguing with DRS cultists? No. If you know what you're doing when you're selling covered calls, you should never get assigned anyway. What do you think the SEC and Gary Gensler don't do anything to close ETF creation basket loopholes in our market maker C plus 35 from the horseback era when we could take a month to deliver a share? Because the entire market is structured around it and it would cause a collapse. ETFs have a massive amount of capital invested in them, trillions and trillions of dollars of market share. You do know that the DOJ has access to the data required to prove naked short selling without you proving it for them, right? I didn't say rip into close. I said we go up into close. It still looks like a test of like 125 is possible, or closing price of 125 by end of day. We'll see, but we're still just dragging with the market. So, you know, if the market just holds this like 432 resistance line, then we'll probably not see any more upward movement for the rest of the day. Do you employ a catheter bag for high volume days? No. Just like you do in your taxes, the government knows the answer, but you have to show your work. Rip tomorrow or Thursday or both. Could be both. Could be Friday also. If we go up enough percentage, the hedging that carries over can continue to run the stock for a few days. Entropy. Sort of. I mean, C35 is Reg T. It's not just NYSE. Yeah. I like to call it the Reg T time machine. I think they pushed their obligations offshore for infinite can kicking. I'm sure some of them got pushed offshore. If we traded fairly sideways tomorrow, that would be interesting. That puts us in a setup like last Feb. If they're waiting that long to settle out, that's very interesting. They don't need to push offshore to infinitely kick cans. I mean, they did a little though, right? With when they needed the extra liquidity for the variance hedging with the Brazilians. Big Brazilian puts. That's a little indication that some obligations were pushed offshore, right? I mean, if they weren't really anything else, but they were at least that. The only way Reg T time machine gets exposed is with 35 days of overwhelming volume. No, just several days of large amounts of obligations due. Do you think run-ups were strictly from dupes? No. You're insufferable, dude. See you tomorrow. See you later, Heath. Any signs they may have an entropy swap in place? I don't know. I have to wait you have to wait for OI to update at the end of the day. I was just audited at my job. Score of 1 to 100. I scored a 69. I said bullish. Nice. I'm claiming the band name Dan and the Reg T time machine. Where's Ghost? Prompt pop-ups. Don't worry about super chat. It sucks balls anyway. Any word about this so-called GME report from Daddy Gensler? So no, their like meme stock announcement was that they're just going to be like slowly dripping out more transparency regulations over time. If you had a choice to improve, starting with the reveal of the swaps, if you had a choice to improve markets between moving from T+2 to T+1 or shorting FTD from 35C to 14C, I would move to T0, instant settlement. That would be probably one of the best things for the market. If they avoid covering this week and GME gets thresholded, could they later fulfill their obligations to take GME off threshold, thus can kicking when they need to cover for OPEX? I mean, not all of the obligations that come due during this period are FTDs. This isn't like these OPEX dates aren't really an FTD driven event. While they do create FTDs, they are not fueled by them. I mean, there's always underlying FTDs on GameStop every day. I should make this clear, but the OPEX, like what we're defining as this OPEX window, is fueled by closure of swaps and options. They don't care, Grace. If they're hedged, they don't give a shit how hard it runs. It's irrelevant to them. They can just short the top. They can just, like, so if they're fully hedged against, if they hedge their volatility position and they're able to hedge their short position by being long gamma, they don't care how hard the stock runs. Right? They just position themselves to short the peak. Have you done any more parking lot DD? I don't know how much research Turd has done lately. I think they are a gaff. I've defined it as the short hedge fund circle jerk. If I write a thesis on it, that's what I'm calling it. That's the title. It's much better to occasionally excite retail and then massively disappoint them than it is to just not excite them at all, right? Also, the price is too cheap right now, which causes people to buy more. How did they know what the peak will be when volume dies off and when delta delta hedging falls off a cliff? It's a lot easier to time a peak when you have all the data in real time. I mean, that's still like the gamma max, right? Kind of huge. So the peaks of the runs are capped by the maximum, the gamma max. The gamma max climbs up as people FOMO in, but all of the runs have only exceeded gamma maximum by a small amount before crashing back down. The price destabilizes. There's no more hedge to support it. Options start being sold to close, which reduces the reduces the hedge from the market maker, and then Oh no, I mean the scale of like capital is just, I mean, in January, I would say, but even then, right? Like we put up a lot of delta value in January because people were buying so many short dated cheap calls and like in such great quantities, right? But yeah, I agree. The rest of the time, no, retail call buying doesn't come anywhere near matching institutional options purchases. Yeah, I mean it does help if you know the exact number of shares that need to be purchased when you're timing the top. If MOASS occurs, what TA indicators can help us time a reasonable exit? What indicators can help on TradingView? I mean, volume, peaks of volume, and so a really good way to measure GameStop's peaks is if you see price stagnate while volume climbs. And what this means is that the sell pressure is matching the buy pressure, and usually after this, the price falls down. So you'll see these peaks where, you know, the price runs up and stops, and then volume keeps climbing. And you can look at, I can kind of show you in January as a good example of this, right? Four hour. I don't know if any of our peaks are long enough. But if you, here, like, here's a good one. So like August, I need a shorter time frame to really show what I mean. Maybe 15 minutes. 15 minutes should probably be enough. It's October. All right, let's look at August 24th. All right. So you see how the volume peak is right before the decline? And you see it here again too. Like the volume peaks and then we start coming down. And that peak volume, that isn't buy volume peaking, right? It's sell volume coming in. Yeah, some peaks are longer than others. It's true, but like we got here to November 3rd, which was another big run up. I don't know if it was long enough. Hold on, let me move out. That was October. Where's November 3rd? 2, 3. This one. So see how like at the peak volume, then we immediately start coming down. But like when this is occurring, when this peak volume is occurring, you'll see the price stagnate, right? And then the volume will drop. Like the price will drop. So volume keeps climbing, price doesn't go anywhere. It's just locked. And that's institutions selling into the buy pressure. Thanks, CQNI. Yeah, the selling has already started to occur. Exactly. So when we're peaking like on a run like that, they've already begun selling. And you could use like there's a couple of volume indicators I guess you could use there. RSI's good for that. Like if RSI keeps climbing, right? But price is stagnant. Rock the Garage, thank you so much.
Welcome.
I appreciate the membership, dude. Jokes on them. DRS crowd peaked in high school. Negative volume index, perhaps on a short time frame. Yeah. You could also just use the. There's another one that's just like the same thing. Net volume, I think. No, not net volume. What's the name? I'm trying to remember the name of it on TradingView. Cumulative volume index, CVI. So if you're on like the say you're on the 3 minute. Or the 1? Maybe the 1 minute. See how it looks on here. No, that one doesn't work. What is that other? There's another indicator for this. I can't remember what the fuck it was called. Christy, thank you so much, dude. If RC tweets secret wee wee, will you mod me? Yeah. Seems to be a whole lot of OPEX FUD right now at close. Would be weird if shills in here are trying to shake paper hands before the actual run window ends. I mean, they do it every time, right? Like every one of these runs, that's exactly how it's played out. Like the first day has, like when the first day has been sort of unimpressive, everyone just like piles on like, oh, this is bullshit. It's not happening. Because, 24 hours is the, like, the length of their attention span. I totally believe they're going to try to shake us out all week. I think so. Yeah. OPEX affects the VIX too, because it's the quarterly expiration for index options as well. They started saying OPEX is bullshit already on Friday, even though it has 0 points of failure in the last year and a half. I just want to be rich. Thoughts on these descending volume trends? Ooh. This might be a good one. So here's like a buy sell ratio. Hold on. On TradingView. Wait. See how like on the peak sell volume comes in really, really hard. Like here, what we got here. I have all this shit in the way, sorry. See, this looks mostly just like buying earlier. What is that? This big spike in sell volume. Is that our, is that weird options position our highest volume candle of the day? I don't know how accurate this is on like the 1 minute time frame, but this one looks pretty good because you can see the buy sell on each candle. So if you see like a big, you know, red candle, it's like big red and then a little bit of green at the bottom at the peak and like not a lot of price action. This is likely where they're selling, right? Little bounce into close. What is it called? It's buy sell volume totals for period. It's one of the, it's built in. I don't like OBV because it's just telling you how much volume is occurring on like at that price, which you can just see by looking. Like I don't know. I don't feel like OBV is really revealing anything important. I'm not sure how accurate this indicator is either, but it looks cool. Thank you, Silent Lurker. Utilization impacted by DRS? Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Our only report on share utilization is through Ortex, and I'm not sure how much of the lending pool that they are actually looking at any given time. Yeah, no problem, bud. Ding ding. Closing it out. 118.06. SPY moving up a little bit into after hours. Yeah. So we'll see. Tomorrow's the T, like the T+2 day, and then Thursday is the day that they can kind of like cover at market open, but they can, you know, employ dark pools to offset that buy pressure. I like your stream. I just want to let you know I enjoy being educated by you and trying to understand what's happening. Thanks, Coma. It's a good idea to Discord channel. Let me confirm it back a little bit, Stefan, first. Negative volume index might be better on the short time frame. All right, I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Hopefully we get a nice little bit of a run in after hours here, and if not, you know, tomorrow and Thursday. I'll see you guys. Have a great night. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulond.